Recording in progress.
We can't hear you all.
Can you hear us? Okay.
Let's try it now.
Can you hear us now?
That works.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Small
I have to remind the clerk.
technical problem on this end.
We're losing that at the clerk's desk.
Yeah, we're losing it. Sorry.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
So I guess just an update on where we're at with the land use plan.
Sounds good. Well, so we, as Commissioner Overfield and Commissioner Teal can attest, well, you all met yesterday morning, had a chance to review things. We met with our LUPAC and the technical working group in the afternoon and got a lot of really good feedback from both groups. I would say in particular, the LUPAC offered a lot of really good suggestions for the different areas and had a lot of good feedback. They clearly spent a lot of time looking at the draft, so we really appreciated that feedback. And I think, you know, I've gotten a little bit of feedback from your discussion yesterday morning, but I think our goal today was really just to kind of give you guys a chance to kind of ask questions about some of the bigger picture questions you maybe had and see what questions we can answer and things that you would like us to elaborate on or kind of clarify in the draft based on your review so far. And I understand, you know, some folks are probably deeper into it than others at this point.
Well, I think one of the things that came up that we kind of briefly touched on, and it's a very small issue, but when we're talking about land uses in some of the areas, there was a gentleman in the LUPAC that brought up a lot of additional uses that we hadn't thought of or aren't in the plan at this point, with the biking and running trails and things that are in multiple areas that we use. And they are starting to be a draw with some of the events that are held here in Park County. So I think that needs to be looked at probably in a lot of the areas, I guess, whether we do it overall or however you want to set that up. But that's one of the things that did come up. And I guess we need to talk about a little bit of a elephant in the room, being a few of the boundaries that really kind of came to light more so on the Clark area than the others, although the others, there's one or two others that have a little bit of concern. And I think in our discussion, it's more the type of land use in those areas and where it can be affected. And I'll use the Clark one as an example. Right now, the Clark area comes clear down to the city of Cody city limits, which does not make any sense to any of us that looked at it, because there is definitely a difference in what can happen in that southern end of that area versus the actual Clark area. So we need to kind of look at that whole thing. And I'm not sure the best way to go about that, but we were going to set up a meeting with us and maybe a few of our people first part of January and take a look at what that would consist of to get those changed. And I understand there's some concern on your part, which makes sense because that could change a few of the numbers that show up in the plan. How significant that'll be, I don't know that we know yet until we know what areas we're really having concerns on. But I think we do need to take a look at that so that we can get it as accurate as we can. We don't want to have it just keep moving forward knowing that it's not the way it should be. So
A couple other things to just plant a seed on questions. I talked to Brian a little bit more just about the, you know, the mechanics of what that could look like and kind of, you know, things we need to be thinking about. And he reminded me that there are currently legal descriptions associated with the planning areas. So whether that, you know, we don't always have that in this sort of situation. So whether that needs to carry forward or not is something, you know, for you guys to think about. And then that the assessor data also ownership and subdivision specifically are associated with planning areas now. And so, you know, we would need some help from the county on that end to kind of update that data and whatnot. None of those are things that can't be overcome, but just things to keep in the back of our mind as we kind of talk through this.
Okay. Will do. What other thoughts do commissioners have from yesterday or from reading the plan? Excuse me.
Darcy, Madam Chair, one thing looking through it, it was kind of brought up a little bit yesterday as far as irrigation lands. I think I would, my concern is you gathered your information, I believe, based on irrigation districts as far as irrigated agriculture land in Park County. Is that correct?
There's two different layers. I think the question that came up yesterday pertained to the acreages we had associated with the actual irrigation districts. You're correct. But we do have other data already assembled that, kind of looks at the actual lands that are irrigated. Whether I don't think that those two things are perfectly aligned. And so we need to go back and look to see whether, I think we can probably generate a
That was
number.
my concern, because there are literally thousands of acres in Park County that are not under a direct district or
Yep.
ditch company or anything like that. Okay,
We do have that information.
okay.
I guess in following up with that, we're looking at having an ag overlay. And I know Joy was working on that, and she's here, so this question's as much for her. As we look at that ag overlay, are all those lands that Lloyd is referring to that are irrigated, whether it's through a normal district or not, are those included in that ag overlay if they're being used that way?
So right now, the basis of the ag overlay is the USDA irrigated land list. That's the basis for it. Question is, how far out do you want to go? Because irrigation impacts land beyond its boundaries, obviously, hundreds of feet. Sometimes the groundwater is impacted. And of course, those uses are surrounded by other things. So you might want to go beyond just irrigated land. But as far as these other irrigated areas, like because of canals and ditches and things like that, we didn't take that into consideration because we were just trying to correct the ag overlay we have now, which is absolutely not represented at all of the irrigated lands in our county. So if you want things added into consideration for the ag overlay, we absolutely can do that, but they need to be identified somehow. We need to know where they are and what you're talking about. Because again, we're just using that USDA irrigated lands layer as our basis. Finalize the ag overlay at this time, because we're gonna have to decide how thorough or how big we want it to be beyond that. So
I think there's a little bit on that comes down to what the public wanted in the meetings that we went to. If they believe that some areas are irrigated ag, and we don't recognize those as irrigated ag, then we may have issues as we move forward with rules and regulations and what our thoughts are on how we're going to deal with ag lands. And so I guess we need to decide what that's going to look like, or where we want that to take effect.
yeah, and I'm not sure I understand what Lloyd and others were talking about yesterday in terms of this area or these thousands of acres are not being included. Like, I need to see what he's talking about.
Okay.
Because I don't know what that is. That would not be part of the USDA layer. But I have the USDA layer. I have that data. We can bring it up and you can show me, where you're talking about.
Do you know if the USDA layer, only did the Bureau project? Or if they did,
No, it's private lands. It's
well, but
No, no.
the Bureau project is the initial setup of irrigation systems in Park County from the reservoir. So I don't know if that's the information they had.
yeah, it's not the irrigation system. It's just the land that water is applied to, is my understanding. So why there could be something missing, that's a bigger question, which we would have to probably call someone and find out. But if we want to enter the irrigation system infrastructure as a component of the overlay, we have that data too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we would need to understand why and what, so, I mean, we still need to kind of define what we want to be at, because it's big. I mean, it's going to go from like 2 major polygons to huge areas across the county, which is not what it looks like now. So we have to be careful.
Yeah.
Take that broad brush, across the county.
I'm not sure we need to include the infrastructure. That wasn't where I was going. It was just what lands were they thinking about that they were using versus what's actually out there?
So Madam Chair, along those lines, when you're talking about irrigated lands from the USDA, is that including private ditches, or how are they collecting that
It's
data?
just the lands that are actually using, that have water, like croplands. That's what it is. It's irrigated cropland. It's not, I don't think it includes any like flooded rangeland or anything like that that I'm aware of. It's like literally the polygons are little isolated blobs on
Well, that
top of
is interesting.
fields that are
Mhm.
receiving water. And that's, which again is still more accurate than what we have now. So
Okay,
if we want to define ag as more than that, which is fine, we're gonna have to sit down and figure out what that's gonna be. Because I don't know that you have layers then. Now, we do have the assessors data
Mhm.
from the DOR that shows rangelands, wastelands, ag class lands, which would be another basis. But again, you now start to draw a much broader stroke across the county and you grow that area. And what is your intent? This is just like the wildland overlay. We can draw an overlay, but what do you intend to do within that area? What are you trying to achieve?
right.
So.
Well, and I think that's the same conversation that came up with the North Fork yesterday in the LUPAC, talking about their ditch and their 100 users or however many there were. That might not be through the assessor's office because there is no assessment to that ditch. They pay dues to a particular group. So it's something that we may not have an accurate record of, but it's good hay land. I mean, it's considered ag land in a lot of people's mind.
Yeah, they actually would classify that. Because it's actually what it is occurring on the land.
Okay.
Like, it's the active use of the land.
Okay.
Which is what the classification is based on. So we would look at that and kind of see.
Okay, maybe we'll do a little bit more homework on that, Darcy,
Yeah.
before we get back together and see what the thoughts are.
And, I think, back to your comment of Commissioner Overfield about, just sort of the public weighing in on that. I think in an ideal scenario, we would have a preliminary boundary that we could share. I think as Joy alluded to, we have a lot of different things we've talked about and kind of conceptual ideas. We just need to sort of pin down something to sort of put out there as a initial start and then see what sticks, I think, in terms of whether it needs to be bigger or smaller. But I think, helping use this kind of final step in the process to vet that would be a good thing if we can make that happen.
Okay.
Madam Chair, what I was looking at was under the approximately page 63 and 64, under factors influencing growth, under irrigation, you're only listing the districts, and these overlays may change, and for instance, looking at the chart, the Clark is way off as far as number of acres, as here in like South Fork isn't even listed. So I know there's irrigation in Upper South Fork, a lot of ground.
Mhm.
So using these numbers it reflects like there's only that amount of irrigation in the factors for influencing growth. So that was my concern. Under that same section, like emergency services, it almost sounds like the only emergency services we have are Cody. If that's all that you have listed, there's actually, you only list and you talk about Fire District 2. There's a large Fire District 1 in Powell that covers all that. There's Fire District, I believe 6 is Clark. I'm not even sure. But, as far as law enforcement, the only thing, sheriff covers the whole county. But that paragraph about emergency services, I believe needs to be expanded.
Yeah, and I think I thought we had captured more of those in that section, but I think our hope is that your other departments and folks who work in these areas, on a daily basis can kind of take a look and make sure we've got things accurately stated and all the information in there.
What else? Anything else come to mind from discussion yesterday?
And I did report to Darcy the full report of what we discussed, so that she could prepare for today in case she had if there were any major things that she was going to turn into a concern, because she's aware of, technical things or the overarching news that you had any concerns on.
So a couple questions that, I guess one thing that Joy had mentioned, you guys were curious about that would be worth discussing as a group, I think is, the rationale for including the zoning recommendations, the regulatory updates in the implementation section. And, I think from the beginning, we've kind of talked about this process, setting the stage for updates to the regulations. We've really emphasized that to the public. And so from our standpoint, it's part of being transparent with the public about when we say this plan will be implemented by the regulations, future update, what will that mean? And also use the remainder of this process as a chance to kind of give you guys a head start and sort of test some of these concepts through this process now, so that when you get to the regulations, you have closure, hopefully close to closure on some of those directions for different areas. So in some cases, for example, in the planning areas, we've talked about different options. There are a few spots where it's an if or, an either or kind of proposition. And so I think we see the need to vet some of those ideas with the public and just, kind of help them see where this might be going and see if in some cases, I think we've maybe taken a middle of the road approach in terms of suggesting potential changes to zoning, for example, if we're going from 1 acres, we may be proposing going to 20 acres, as a kind of lot size instead of going the full step up to 35. And so, we want to hear from the public about, does that, and the property owners, frankly, about, where do people kind of fall on these issues? And so having it in the plan, we think is important. I think as we noted in that section, the goal would be that it lives in that section until those things are actually in the regulations. And then once you've kind of adopted new regulations and moved past that, it could kind of fall off. And so I would see that as a little bit of a holding spot for these things that, are kind of ongoing conversations that you'll be focused on. But it does, we think it's important to keep it in there for those reasons.
I also would add, Darcy, I think it influences the growth strategies, especially in some of the plan areas. And getting buy off on those would be really helpful because it might change the approach that the county might want to take, especially when it relates to ag preservation and things of those nature.
Let me ask Joy a little bit then about process. If we leave those in there, and I understand the reasons for them and getting the public input, certainly a little bit of angst, I guess, yesterday about having them in the permanent plan when we think about this thing sitting here for 8 to 10 to 20 years. What would be the process then as those get handled or the new regulations get done over the next year and a half? Would we then go back to this document and amend it to remove those things? Or what's the process so that we don't leave those as part of this forever? Because they could get confusing in the future if some of the things that are suggested in there aren't really what turns out to happen.
Well, I mean, I'm Darcy, you can sort of speak to your experience, but they're suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
They are a way to implement the changes that the land use plan is communicating to the public, but you're not held to them. I mean, at the end of the day, what you adopt in your regulations is what you're going to choose to do. So
Okay.
Is there harm in having suggestions in there that you don't implement? I guess that's perception, right? Like that someone may perceive that as harmful. But if it's just a plan, they're going to give you all kinds of suggestions. They're going to suggest a transportation plan. They're going to suggest a housing study. They're going to suggest all of these different things. That doesn't mean you're going to go forward and do them like right now. Just like the land use plan in 1998 was like, hey, natural resource plan. It took 20 years to get that done too, right? So the implementation plan is, hey, here's how you actually take this thing and now make it work for you, through your regulations. But it doesn't mean you have to take every single thing and put it into effect. But it gives you the teeth to do it if and when you choose to do so. So, I mean, it's kind of like Darcy said, that we've been asking for the suggestions from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
This is how they propose to deliver them, is in the implementation plan,
Okay.
part of the document. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
So I wanted to add a couple of other comments because they sort of came up in the technical working group and some other discussions yesterday. So on the matter of a transportation plan, really important that you factor in road development as part of your land development plans, because as we discussed, there are costs related with improving roads and providing additional road service to other people in the county. And the county has a lot of existing right-of-ways that haven't been developed into roadways yet. And so the future for those. And so it is one of the proposed actions to consider developing a transportation plan for Park County, which also addresses how you match up with the city transportation arteries as well. The housing study issue is one that is kind of at the forefront of discussion with a lot of the economic partners right now. Housing is an issue in Park County. How that gets addressed from the county's perspective is certainly a big question. What role do we play in addressing housing concerns? But that is something that we haven't been able to answer very clearly because we don't have the right data to answer those questions. So housing is a concern. When we talk about modifying the planning area boundaries, a lot of those suggested changes that we've already talked about are coming because there's been development in those areas that now doesn't match those existing planning areas. The Cody local area has seen some expansion into the Sage Creek and north. And so we know where they're planning to expand. We would want to make sure that the Cody local boundaries represent where that growth has occurred or where we're expecting to see it. So when the counties are communicating to us right now, their expected expansion areas, we would certainly want our planning areas to probably fall in line with those. Same is true of Powell. We have some issues with our zoning and stuff on the east side of Powell that we really need to clean up. It could also potentially impact those planning area boundaries. And so when we have those planning area discussions, you know, Darcy cautioned us to be deliberate and make sure we're picking, we're changing the boundary for a reason, not just because we feel like it. I think a lot of them are going to be very obvious though, just by even looking at aerial photography to see where that development has already occurred. We did talk about repetition in the document. We talked about that yesterday with Darcy a little bit. There are opportunities to clean some of that up. Some of it is just the message changes slightly depending on which goal you're under. So formatting of the document, probably see some changes. You asked for less pictures, maybe more less white space on some of the pages. So there are that. Make some changes to that. I'm just trying to think of some of the big topic areas that we brought up and I did talk to her about yesterday.
There was a suggestion to add a little bit more of the water info. I think Tony brought it up. We do have the single sheet in there, but the full study.
So we actually have both of those in there. I think that, you know, and that's one of those areas where, you know, we can pull as much of that technical information into the body of the plan, but I think our rationale for leaving it in the appendix is it's going to change from you're going to want to update that, and you don't necessarily want to do a wholesale plan amendment just to do that. And so we tried to kind of tee it up and point to that so that people know that it's there, but you know, ultimately that's your choice.
I only saw the single page. I didn't see the other one. So, okay.
Yeah, there's that multi-page,
okay,
more detailed one. So it was brought to my attention, and this is just an area where I don't have a lot of experience, and really the county doesn't either, but with improvement districts and service districts. So one of our, I don't know if it was a goal, but it talks about allowing individual or approving improvement districts for people. And I understand that there may be some law that prevents us from having special districts potentially. And that has not been shared with me yet, but I understand that there may be something at the state level that doesn't even allow us to implement special districts. And if that's true, that's kind of a big deal because we of course don't want to be communicating that we want to encourage them when you're not even allowed to approve them. But the reason this is important is because of Ralston in particular. And I'll just talk about Ralston over and over again because Ralston has very small lot sizes. They are basically maxed out on their Northwest rural water capability right now. And they are going to run into a situation where people are not going to be able to put in or repair their septic systems because they cannot meet today's rules for the water and septic offsets, which means I'm going to have to start telling people no. You know, you can't do A, B, or C, which can sometimes mean you can't even have a house which obviously is not what anybody wants. So one of the things we're trying to evaluate is how Ralston could go about getting some sort of service district or improvement district to improve the water system or have a central sewer system or something that would allow that community to function as a town site, which is how it was platted. But it's not incorporated. So those are tricky questions that I'm not sure we can answer. But I just want to make sure that if we have language in our plan suggesting improvement districts or service districts, that we can even implement them. So I am following up with the individual who told me that we can't do that, to say, hey, I need to see legit language in the statutes or somewhere that says that we cannot do that. And it may be that it's because you have to be incorporated. I really don't know. We do have some districts in Park County, individual uses that had come before you years ago for water improvement district or right. And I don't know the evidence that was used to execute those. But I do think it's worth looking into. I did ask the attorney's office to help with that subject, but they're absolutely packed as well as we are. So that's just something I'm concerned about, is the improvement, because honestly, I see that as a really nice potential tool to help some of these folks who do have dense development, maybe having water and sewer problems, to give them an option financially to get those improvements that they need. But if we can't do it, then I don't want to be prescribing it. So that's kind of a little hiccup that we need to work through as well.
Okay.
But otherwise, the plan has been positively received so far by the technical working group, the LUPAC and you as well. Generally speaking, it reads well, and it is reflecting what the public has told us. I mean, we are seeing the words that we were hearing in all of the public meetings and surveys, so. We're really hoping that the public will take the time to at least look at their section that applies to their planning area, because ultimately those guidelines are what you are going to use to rewrite the regulations for Park County, which ultimately means what you can and cannot do in your planning area. So it's super important, once this public version hits the road, that people take it seriously.
Excuse me. How do we feel, how are we moving forward, Darcy? I know our original timeline has a few hiccups, and especially if we do a little bit of boundary changing, that's going to affect things somewhat. Are we talking a couple weeks? Are we talking a month or two? Or do you have any concept of where we think we might be if we look at these changes, and what for the public to expect?
I think my hope would be that we can keep the momentum going as much as we can. I think we've pushed really hard to get to this point in this timeline. I think thinking back after we delivered the draft and we started in February, it was like, wow, that was a fast ride. So I think it was fast coming together. And I think, as you all noted, there it feels that way in a few cases, and we've got some work to do to polish things up. But I think nothing that I've heard so far, with the exception of the planning area adjustments, gives me great heartburn in terms of kind of sticking with our timeline. I think, if we have the ability to kind of jump in and start working on the stuff we're already aware of, as soon as that the deadline passes on the 6th, then we should be in kind of a good situation to talk about those other changes. So I don't know that I want to kind of nail that down today, but I'm hoping that we wouldn't have to push the meetings back by more than a couple of weeks. But maybe we can talk about that on our call this week and try to nail something down. I think it's important that we do, just if we're not going to stick to that date, we need to kind of nail down what it's going to be ASAP and make sure everybody's kind of got that on their radar.
Okay, thank you. Any other
thing, Madam Chair? So we've been getting a lot of questions about the wildlife overlay. We've gotten questions from the public. We've gotten questions from the LUPAC. What is the deal on the wildlife overlay? And so, as you know, we've had meetings with Game and Fish and some other entities to discuss where are these high value wildlife use areas, so to speak. And we do have a sense now from a map that we can identify where those high value areas are. The question will remain, what is the county going to want to do in those areas, which would ultimately become a wildlife overlay for Park County. there are some people who think that means you're gonna just be like, you're not allowed to do anything in those areas, and I just want to make it clear on the record that that's not the intent. That's not been discussed. That's not even the goal of the wildlife overlay. The goal of the wildlife overlay right now is identifying those high value areas where we probably want to do an extension of education to the public about what they're doing on their land, where the wildlife are using it, you know, and they're greatly benefiting from it. That doesn't mean you're not going to be able to build potentially, or you're not going to be able to do ABC on your property. It just means we need to do more outreach, and who's going to do that outreach is sort of part of the question right now. So just wanted to put that out there because people seem to think that a wildlife overlay means we're dead in the water. That is absolutely not been discussed at all. In fact, that is opposite of what's being discussed. So we haven't finalized that yet, but those discussions, you know, remain. And I do think that that's going to be an important part of the plan, is just educating the public about how valuable their property may be, you know, to those wildlife resources, which are a huge value to Park County. So just want to put that out there to clarify for folks.
And I think we talked a little bit about a process where when applications come in areas that appear on the map to be pretty substantial, that there would be a little bit more of an education process, maybe some documents from that Game and Fish can help put together, or at least a review, so that it is an educational process, not necessarily to stop anything.
Yeah, and there are very big independent pushes right now outside of the county, but it's not under our purview, but there's very big push to educate people about conservation easements, land trusts, you know, ways that you can protect lands in perpetuity to keep them for wildlife use and open space. But that's not something that the county is necessarily pushing. We're just, it's more of an education tool to let people know that those options do exist.
True. When do we have a schedule or a thought process from the Game and Fish as to when we'll see? I know they were gonna work on that map a little bit more to make sure they had covered what they wanted to cover. Do we have any kind of info from them on a?
You know, the last I heard, I had another request for the latest parcel there just on Friday, which has been out to them right away. I haven't heard any decision timeline as far as their role and education and inspection type stuff, but
Okay.
you know, I haven't had anything new.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, just, I guess, one more thing we haven't touched on today, just to make sure it's on everyone's mind, that, you know, is still outstanding as well, is the kind of the details around the cities in terms of the coordinated planning areas. So we had met individually with Matitsi, Powell, and Cody, you know, kind of leading right up to when we delivered the draft. So we basically said we would leave a placeholder for those maps until we had a chance to vet them with, you know, vet the ideas and kind of what we heard with you and with them before that kind of makes its way into the draft. And so we have some preliminary ideas on our end that we're looking at that we will get to you guys and kind of keep that conversation going. But I think we've been happy to have their cooperation and, you know, kind of participation in the process. But that is you know, what's keeping us from releasing essentially the map portal for the future land use map is, you know, that's kind of a key component of that we need to work through over the coming weeks.
Yeah, and I know there have been a lot of questions about sort of joint discussions with the cities and that 1 mile buffer around the cities. And everybody on the team and most people who do the work that they do within the cities understand that it's not the city's intent to grow to this perfect 1 mile buffer outside of their boundary. In fact, there are whole directions outside of the cities that they're not even looking at for various reasons, topographical challenges, just can't get their utilities out that way. So the public needs to understand that there isn't going to be this magic half-mile zone or 1 mile zone where we're going to be talking about intergovernmental discussion. We're really going to be focusing on those areas where the cities actually do intend to grow, where it makes sense to grow. And we're going to make our zoning speak to that as well. You know, we don't want to be putting urban type development plans where there's absolutely no way the city can even grow in that direction. That absolutely makes no sense. And right now, that's a little bit of what we have in several areas. So we do intend to really focus on these planned expansion areas and have bigger discussions with the cities about how should we be planning development in those areas. Should those developers be doing something to bring them closer to the city standards so that those things will match up well in the city when they're annexed in the future? And so those are discussions that are being had right now with the city as to, we're not going to come to agreement, obviously, with this process. But I do see there could be some discussions in the future about those joint agreements for those areas.
Makes sense. Anything else come to mind today?
Madam Chair, just your planning and zoning group, they're going to comment, and also coming up, could we also see what those comments are
Yeah.
out of your group?
So we have a statutory responsibility to bring this plan up through the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so their review will start tomorrow. So their discussion about the review anyway will begin tomorrow. And then, of course, when the plan comes out to the public, the first adoption hearing will go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so the public will have at least 2 opportunities during public hearings. And that's all after the next set of public meetings that we'll be holding. So there's still a lot coming for the public. But the Planning and Zoning Commission necessarily will be the ones to bring the recommendation forward about the final adoption draft to you. So.
Anything else? Anything else from your end, Darcy?
Nope.
Okay. Well, thank you. Like we said, it's well-received first draft.
Thank you for your time. We'll look forward to continuing the conversation. Speak to you guys soon.
All right. Thank you. A longer break than we figured on, but we don't have anything.
Recording stopped.
Darn.
10:35. I think we're close enough to 10:35. We can get going on our next agenda item. And that is the Clayton Creel appeal decision. As you all know, we had this come before us a few weeks ago. Has to do with a lot in Cottonwood. So if you've reviewed the documents, need to decide what direction we want to go. We did get a little bit of updated information that we had asked for from the engineering firm. So hopefully you've all read through that. Thoughts?
I got,
Motion.
if I could, Madam Chair, I got a couple of questions of the applicant. I guess the first question, reading your updated letter that you sent us with additional information. I guess my question is on Oak Drive, when the subdivision was originally created way back when, was it ever brought up to county standards? Or has it always been pretty much as it is today?
Madam Chair, Mr. Tilden, it has never been up to county standards.
Okay.
It was just, as far as I know, it had never been brought up to county
Okay.
standards.
And the other question I had, talks about okay, lot one, the water supplied by Northwest Rural Water Tap. But there evidently is an existing well on lot one.
That is correct. And I'll let my client talk about that well.
So from what I found out about it, they drilled down a certain depth. I'm still trying to figure out what that depth is and hadn't hit water. So it's one of those that I might try in the future to see if I can drill deeper and hit water and what they charge as far as if they charge for the existing depth or not. But there's basically it's a cap well that didn't hit water.
Okay, so you do have a well that's got water in it, but you've never used it.
The water is bad. I gave them a call. I called the people who drilled the well. And the water is unusable for humans or animals. Because it's on they said it was shale. So to a certain depth, you get irrigation runoff only during the summer. And then you drill down deeper, the water is bad. So they would not recommend drilling any future well there.
Okay.
And we need to step back. My name is Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates.
Clayton Creel.
Michael Creel. Yeah.
So it's basically when the comments you said about modify the existing well on lot one if the subdivision is approved. So as far as drinkable water, you maybe only during the summer. Okay.
Or some kind of hefty tank treatment.
Okay. All right. That's all I got.
Commissioner Tilden, I believe that was why originally the subdivision was required to put in a treated water system, was because things were so bad. Drinking water wise. And
Yep.
then about that, I won't say the same time, but within a few years after that, Northwest Rural Water had their plans started to go through, although not all lots bought on,
Right.
but that's how it ended up going through there. Other thoughts?
I have a question also for the applicant, if you could. How long have you lived there?
Approximately 5 years.
Approximately. So, because I know early on in the discussion, correct me if I'm wrong, but the family exemption you just didn't quite qualify for, is that correct?
From my understanding,
As
yes,
you,
we don't quite
you
qualify
proposed
for
to go that route, but it didn't work, right?
Yeah, we have to live there a little bit longer.
And then, so which is a 5-year?
It's 10 now.
10.
When they
It's
changed
10
the
now.
rules 2 years ago, now they have to be there for 10 years and they didn't meet that requirement.
Right.
They'll have to be there for 10.
They didn't get in before that. They didn't get requested before the
Correct.
rule
Correct.
change.
No, they're a year or two late for that.
And as I understand it, if it wasn't for, if they don't qualify for family exemption, if they did qualify for family exemption, wouldn't be doing that.
Right.
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 Yeah, we have no control on family exemption. Any other thoughts, or where do you want to go?
Madam Chair, I mean, I understand what they're wanting to do and why they're wanting to do it, but it's one of those situations where there's a lot of stuff that should have been done with this subdivision, not their fault, but there's stuff that should have been done with this subdivision prior, you know, the water system, the road, and I'm just hesitant to go down, no pun intended, that road with splitting this lot.
Madam Chair, I guess my 2 cents is I
Give 'em a lot of extra.
somewhat agree with Commissioner Livingston, just the fact that, you know, we have the rules set in place that we asked to make an exception to. And I worry about setting a precedence that moving forward that everybody within a subdivision that wants to split can split without meeting the requirements of major subdivision. No, those rules could be changed in the next year to where this may not happen. But right now, I don't feel comfortable making an exception for this. That's my opinion.
Okay, well, if we could, I'm gonna,
Do we need a formal okay,
okay, well, I'm just gonna, basically, I don't agree with you. I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent.
okay,
But in this set of circumstances, I do think we're dealing with a extraordinary set of circumstances. And I realize we do have rules and regulations in place. If it wasn't for the fact the state changed the law with a family exemption, and 2 years ago, they would have qualified, but now they don't because of state law. You know, we have a number of the two basic issues here. Number one is water, and number two is the road. The road has never been up to county standards. So we're basically asking them to do something that the county has never required before. It's going to cost a lot of money, but it is a private road. And I don't know, Cory, is this road dedicated to the public?
It's not dedicated to the public. From my standpoint, we can't necessarily trespass people from the road if they were to go up it, but it's not dedicated to public.
It's well, the reason I asked that question, because most subdivision roads now, even though they're private roads, they are dedicated to the public. So we have a certain responsibility when they're dedicated to the public.
Yeah.
And I know in the past, we've had a number of roads that have been called into question because they are dedicated to the public, one on the lower South Fork in particular. And they had a homeowner's agreement and they still couldn't get the road fixed. But we finally basically forced them to do it because their road got so bad, I mean, you couldn't stay in the seat of your vehicle going up and down the road. And so I guess what I'm saying there is if the people want to live on a bad road that was never required to be brought up to county standards, that's their right to do that. If it gets to the point, they do have a few people now that are willing to sign on and possibly fix the road. And, you know, your estimate was approximately $300,000 to bring it up to county standards. But if it's not required to be the county standard, you can do a lot with a lot less money and make it a passable road. And as far as the water issue is concerned, at some point in time, Northwest Rural Water is gonna be there. They'll service all of the lots. I truly believe that.
That's true.
Sorry, I've got a quick question or quick comment. I had heard that there was discussion about family exemption
Mhm.
not occurring because of the time limit. It's in a platted subdivision, so a family exemption is not allowed in a platted subdivision.
Oh, good to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So anyway, and admittedly, cisterns aren't the best alternative, but there are a lot of places in the county that have cisterns. I remember years ago, back in the 70s and even into the 80s, people would come out here and buy places out in the country. They build a house and decide to drill a well and they couldn't find water, so they put in a damn cistern. So there are a lot of homes that do function on cisterns quite well. And my opinion is at some point in time, that Northwest Rural Water will provide water in this area. So that being said, I'll probably, unless I swayed somebody, I'm probably in the minority here.
well,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to find in here. But what I remember reading is it was required to be to county standards originally in the original subdivision, and it was never brought, never
brought
enforced.
up to county
So
standards.
in my opinion for that,
Yeah.
so
No one
saying
ever
it didn't require it before is wrong. It did require it. We just never followed up and
we
made it
never
happen.
enforced it.
So my answer to that is two wrongs don't make it right. I'm sorry. I don't you know, because we didn't enforce it then doesn't give an excuse that we shouldn't look at that now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and throw out a motion to grant the appeal, and it'll probably die for lack of a second. Well, it's Scott down there. Give me some help there.
I'll second it.
All right.
Have a motion and second to grant the appeal.
It's my last meeting night.
Any-
Let me come in a little.
Oh, no pressure.
No.
Further discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to grant the appeal, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I
Opposed.
suppose.
My last meeting, Bill.
Joe. Kind of tough one, and I understand what Joe is saying, but I also believe that there's a reason for county road standards, and even though these people don't seem to have wanted to bring it up to pass, I think it could be an issue with emergency services if they don't bring things up to pass, that fire trucks and ambulances and things could have problems with roads. And I think it's our responsibility to kind of watch those kinds of things. And water trucks filling a cistern is going to be more pressure on that road. Although I certainly understand what the desire is to do the lot and the reason for it. I cannot vote in favor of the motion.
Okay,
So,
Tried.
that's all you can do is try.
no, I
Madam
agree.
Sorry.
May I make one comment?
Yes,
I know what you're trying to do is help your brother, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
You are allowed, if, you may check with planning and zoning accessory housing and rent it to him. Just saying. We can't stop you for that.
Am I allowed to say something?
Pardon?
Am I allowed to say something? I know it's like.
yeah.
Okay, so with the road safety thing, so I've lived on gravel. I've heard that term a lot in emergency vehicles. I'm not gonna, I would feel wrong bringing my job into this, but I know for a fact that emergency services can get up there. That's not an issue. I know roads that are supposed to be the county standards that are worse than Oak Drive. So I don't know if it's the one person that was complaining loud enough, but the road's not an issue. Like Commissioner Tilden said, if someone wants to live on a bumpy road, I've never lived on a paved road. That's just something I wanted to throw in there, that the emergency services getting up there is not an issue. There's county maintained roads that are a worse problem than Oak Drive. It's just, maybe it's the people complaining, or if that factors in, but anyways, but thank you, Commissioner Thiel, and I'll take that into consideration.
What I'd like to see you do probably also is maybe continue with getting this group of people to make the road better. I don't know, I'm not necessarily going to say county standards, but at least in better condition to take a look at things, and there might be more options.
All 9 landowners that have houses out there have agreed to look at it. Just the ones that are empty lots haven't. So we did get Mr. Parks actually got a comment that he would be willing to look at it with the group too. So they are trying to work together to get that up a little bit better.
Might look forward. I would have to check into the process more. I don't know that there's a secondary option to come back later if you have improvements done. If that can work or not, I think we'd entertain it. But we might look at that a little bit.
Madam Chair, I guess that's where a lot, part of where I'm coming down on this is you see a lot of these folks, like when the subdivision initially was put in, okay, we're gonna do all this stuff when we get it. Well, no one's doing it. And so I guess I would prefer to see stuff done and then come in and say, okay, we've got all these pieces in place that are gonna happen, move forward. Not, these are gonna move forward if you let us do this. But get them in place and know that they're going to move forward or have moved forward, and then bring the subdivision in front of us. And it's no, we're not picking on you. It's just that, you know, countywide, you see this again with subdivisions that have been built and the developer walks away from it, or the folks that get into it don't fulfill what they're supposed to, and then everyone's suffering.
Thank you.
Sorry, Joe.
That's all right.
Sorry. But correct me if I'm wrong, today that couldn't happen because conditions, we wouldn't approve a final plat until water was in place and roads were in place. So
Approved before any lots can be sold.
We didn't even get through schedule.
Nope.
Okay.
That's good.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Sorry. Okay, the next thing we have is public hearing, Hawkeye Ranch floodplain 622.
Morning.
Morning. I opened the public hearing.
Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, that's fine. I probably didn't word it right.
So I'm here today representing or presenting the application of Hawkeye Ranch Holdings LLC. They're requesting a floodplain development permit number 6-22. They are represented by Travis Conklin. He's an engineer from Engineering Associates, and he will be presenting today or answering any questions you may have on this application. So this particular application is for a property on the South Fork Road. It is an unaddressed property. The parcel ID is 09480600534002. It's in a GR 40 zoning district, and the South Fork Shoshone River is the water course involved. The FEMA map panel is 56029C3325D. And public notice was placed in the paper for this hearing on December 6th and December 13th. The planning area is the Upper South Fork. And so we'll move on. So the project overview, Hawkeye Ranch is requesting approval to complete an upland restoration and stream bank protection project along approximately 1,500 feet of the northern bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River. Approximately 5,000 cubic yards of material will be removed from the channel to rebuild the upland area, and approximately 2,100 cubic yards of imported riprap material will be used to stabilize the restored bank. A few notes regarding this application and project. The project area is not completely within the mapped floodplain. However, portions of the work will be conducted in the floodplain, and it is reasonable to conclude that the floodplain map in this stretch is an error and should cover the entirety of the project site. Also, the applicant provided a letter of map amendment, a LOMA, as part of the application, but that LOMA area does not apply to the property subject to this application. The regulations that apply are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A for the Floodplain Overlay District. Of course, a review of development in the floodplain is necessary to achieve health, safety, and welfare. Ownership is affirmed by a warranty deed, document 2021-7266. That is in the office of the Park County Clerk. Further, in a letter dated October 18th of 2022, Lyle Cashado of Engineering Associates indicated that the legal property boundary actually extends to the current fallweg or central thread of the South Fork of the Shoshone River. And that letter was included in your application materials. Site, the project is located approximately 36 miles southwest of the city of Cody at a site with an approximate longitude of 109. Well, I'm not going to read the lat long. It's in the report. This is in the southern approximate 600 feet of lot 2 of section 5 and the northern approximately 900 feet of lot 2 of section 8 in township 48 north, range 106 west of the 6th prime meridian, Park County, Wyoming. There is a figure that shows you the approximate location of the project work. The river is highly braided in this section with a wide and dynamically changing bank-to-bank rock cobble channel as shown in figure 2. Areas outside of the wide bank-to-bank rock cobble section are highly vegetated with willows, cottonwoods, and other dense forage. There are no structures on the property according to our permitting records and according to the records of the assessor's office. Note that some of the project materials suggest that work will potentially occur on adjacent lands to the north. In speaking with the project engineer, there are plans for the neighboring property owners to execute their own floodplain development permitting effort in the near future. So I would anticipate an application from those landowners as well. So there's a photograph of the project site. Neighboring uses on page 4, nearby adjacent properties are primarily used for ag and residential purposes. There are some U.S. Forest Service lands in close proximity to the northwest. Public notices again were put into the Cody Enterprise for this hearing. Agency notices were also sent on December 6th, and neighbor notices were sent on December 2nd to all landowners within 660 feet of the property boundary. We did receive a fair number of agency responses on this application, some of which came in after we received the staff report, and I will read those to you as well. In a letter dated November 21st, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers authorized this proposed project work by Nationwide Permit 45 for repair of upland damaged by flood event activities. The permit is valid through March 14th, 2026, and the email and attachments are part of this staff report. In an email dated November 30th, 2022, Kim Johnson, who is the National Flood Insurance Program Site Coordinator for our region, indicated he did not see anything concerning in his review. His letter is also attached. In an email dated December 5th, the County Treasurer's Office stated that taxes are paid current. In an email dated December 6th, the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality stated that the applicant has already secured a 404 verification and 401 water quality certification for the project from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and DEQ respectively. All of those materials were also included in the packet. In an email dated December 12, 2022, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department outlined several questions and concerns relating to the following. Number 1, a request for copies of wetland delineation reports and evidence of the areas being outside of the ordinary high water mark, which will hereby be referred to as the OHWM, and in an upland area. Number 2, a request for justification of the start location and evidence of how the project minimizes risk to downstream landowners. And 3, a request for review of the Army Corps and the DEQ permits for the project. In an email dated December 15th, Travis Conklin, the project engineer, who represents the applicant, provided the requested documents and information to Game and Fish, including a turbidity waiver from DEQ. Since the time that you received the staff report, we've received 3 additional agency responses or responses in general. On the 16th, we have a letter dated from Mary McKinney of Weed and Pest. She indicated that they did find noxious weeds present. However, they will not be requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. Instead, they recommend that the applicant follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Yesterday, Kevin Little from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers provided an email response, and this was primarily in response to the request from Game and Fish, which I read that email was received from them, essentially answering their questions. This letter was not provided to you before this hearing, so I am going to read it into the record. Kevin says, thanks for the opportunity to provide some feedback on the items brought up by Laura Burkhart and the Game and Fish Department. Attached is the current version of the Nationwide Permit 45 for reference, along with the corresponding DEQ water quality certification that applies to activities authorized by the permit on non-Class 1 waters or 303D impaired waters. Nationwide Permit 45 has historically been a permit with many different interpretations, with variance in applicability following flood events. Our understanding is that after a discrete flood event, there is a post-flood OWHM, which actually should be OHWM, I believe, often located along newly eroded bank line. The permit allows for placement of fill between the post-flood OHWM and the pre-flood OHWM. And again, that's the ordinary high water mark. Mapping the pre-flood OHWM is often one of the biggest challenges in using this permit. We rely on the best data available and submitted with pre-construction notifications to agree on the pre-flood OHWM. In this instance, Travis and his team had drone imagery from 2021 to rely on for determining the best where the OHWM was located prior to June 13th, 2022 high water event. Acknowledging the complex nature of this reach of the South Fork of the Shoshone River, we went along with their best judgment for the permit area of this project in accepting their delineation of the pre-flood OHWM. Also worth noting, I believe Travis intended to state 2022 flood/peak runoff in his previous email, not 2021. After review of the Game and Fish comments, we do agree there is concern with the upstream extent of the proposed project and would like to better understand how the reclaimed and stabilized bank will tie into an existing feature as to not allow flows to undermine the proposed work from the landward side. If there are any resulting changes to the plan, the permit verification letter can be modified, or any additional proposed work could be permissible with another nationwide permit, such as 13 for bank stabilization. From my perspective, It would also be worth considering the consideration of the property owner to explore the idea of stabilizing the bank where it is currently located, as opposed to reclaiming the approximately 2.6 acres of upland. Nationwide Permit 13 would be used for such a project with a PCN requirement, and a waiver would be needed to exceed 500 feet of bank protection. The waiver process involves seeking comment from other agencies to ensure the project will result in no more than minimal adverse environmental effects. The agencies we coordinate with are EPA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DEQ, and Game and Fish. Nationwide Permit 13 is also attached for reference. The agency coordination process is addressed in General Condition 32. He said he welcomes further discussion on the project if the application is not approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So there may be some additional communication happening between the Corps, the Game and Fish, and the applicant following this conversation. Last night, I received a response from Brian Edwards, the county engineer. Also, he did copy you on this email, so I don't believe I need to read it into the record. However, he did say that he reviewed the information. It appears that the planned riverbank repairs will not adversely impact neighboring or downstream properties. He noted the no-rise certificate that was included in the project application materials. And mentioned that the stabilized bank will be constructed behind the 2021 ordinary high water mark, away from the main thread of the river. So he doesn't feel the repairs will have a substantial impact on the flood carrying capacity of the river. He doesn't have any further comments, and so that has been read into the record. We have received no public comments on this particular application. Additional details about the project: material will be placed to replace material that has been eroded away from the existing bank. The upland to be restored is approximately 1,500 feet long and 2.6 acres, as shown in Figure 4. The applicant requests permission to restore the uplands to the 2021 original high water mark. The revetment will be constructed of imported angular limestone riprap from Montana Limestone in Warren, Montana, with a D50, which is a diameter of 3.5 feet. See the section drawing in Figure 5. Any gravel needed will be sourced from clean alluvial deposits west of the ranch compound above the OHWM. The river will be clean alluvial deposits. The river will be temporarily moved away from the work area where water is an issue by placing riverbed materials and riprap at strategic locations. This will limit turbidity issues. The proposed improvement will result in no rise of baselevel elevation, according to a certificate of no rise included in the application materials. Peak annual flow data were also provided. There's a couple figures there to show you the project site. As you're aware, approval or denial of a floodplain development permit shall be based on all of the provisions of these regulations and the following relevant factors. Number 1, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. The existing bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River is experiencing failure and repeated high water events, resulting in the cutting away of stream bank materials and continued threats to the upland areas on the property. Number 2, the susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flood damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. Again, the nature of flows along the South Fork of the Shoshone River put the subject property at high risk for damage as a result of flooding. During the spring, if warmer weather occurs concurrently with a large precipitation event, the amount of runoff from the precipitation and snowmelt results in a large and violent flow of water through the river. Such events cause for a great deal of sediment to be displaced into the river, causing river to cut further into the stream bank, threatening the uplands. Number 3, the danger that materials may be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. The materials used for the bank stabilization project will include approximately 2,100 cubic feet of imported angular limestone riprap boulders with a D50 of 3.5 feet. It is possible that these materials could be dislodged during a high water event, thus sweeping them downstream. However, the purpose of the proposed improvements is to shore up the stream bank to provide protection against those high flows and essentially decrease the chance of bank failures. Number 4, the compatibility of the proposed use with existing and anticipated development. The proposed bank stabilization replacement project is similar to other bank stabilization projects along the South Fork of the Shoshone River. Unlike several dikes that have been constructed over the years and have been largely unsuccessful at protecting the property, large boulder riprap has proven to be more effective in eliminating erosion and sedimentation issues on this reach of the South Fork. All proposed fill material will consist of large boulder riprap along with native gravel. Existing material will need to be excavated before any fill or riprap is placed. Number 5, safety of access to the property in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. The proposed project will not adversely affect access to the property in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles, as the primary access to the property is actually via, actually, that's not correct. It's not Hunter Creek Road, is it? Sorry, that must have been carried over. It's from the South Fork Road. But it is not impacted by this project. Number 6, the cost of providing governmental services during and after the flood conditions, including maintenance and repair of streets, bridges, and public utilities and facilities. The proposed bank stabilization project will not adversely affect governmental services needing to perform maintenance and repair work. The project area is located on private property and there is no public infrastructure in the project area. Number 7, the expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sedimentation of the floodwaters. A no-rise certification has been included with the application submittal. Peak annual flow data and project winter flow data have also been provided. Stabilizing the proposed riverbank that has failed will significantly reduce the potential for erosion, bank sloughing, and sediment transport during large flow events and floodwaters from the river. The riprap is designed to withstand the velocities and forces generating during large flow events, and sediment pollution in this area is expected to be reduced. Number 8, the necessity to the facility for a waterfront location. The property where the project is located is land with riparian rights. The bank failure occurred within the stream corridor. Number 9, the availability of alternative locations not subject to flooding or erosion damage. The site of the repair is within the stream corridor. There's no alternative location available. And number 10, the relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. The 1998 land use plan specifies the county will regulate building in floodplains, maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce existing laws on river channeling and river work. Regulation and enforcement of the laws of the floodplain is met with this permit, and the county's review is intended to balance impact of to property, human need, and environmental protection. I have provided some recommended conditions should you approve this application. Number 1, the applicant shall provide a response from the Park County engineer. This has been completed, so you may wish to remove that condition. Number 2, the floodplain development permit applies only to the repair and stabilization of approximately 1,500 linear feet of the west bank of the South Fork of the Shoshone River along the property subject of the application and owned by Hawkeye Ranch Holdings. And might I add that 1,500 linear feet includes that 2.6 acre area upland as well. Number 3, this floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number 4, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 5, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator, myself, when project work is complete and provide photographs of as-built conditions. Number 6, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require a separate floodplain development permit. And number 7, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations. And commissioners, I would just ask if you accept these conditions, we will remove number 1 and we will clarify number 2 to include that 2.6 acre upland area that was part of the map. Otherwise, there's some photographs of the project site, which were provided by Travis Conklin, the project engineer. And if you have any questions, I'm available.
Questions at this time?
I have one quick.
Okay.
And maybe this is what, I didn't catch the correction in what you were reading. Was that in the quantity of the boulders?
No, I mentioned the 1,500 foot of lateral, linear bank length that's going to be adjusted, but there's 2.6 acres that's actually impacted, and that's shown in the project site map. And so I just wanted to clarify that not only will they be working right along the river's edge, but there's a bit of
Well, my
upland.
question is the 2,100 cubic feet, is that supposed to be cubic feet or cubic yards? Because that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misstate that?
Okay, it says cubic feet in my,
Is that in the conditions?
and no, it's under the standards and evaluations, and I'm just
Oh,
thinking
I'm
that's
sorry.
not very damn much.
My apologies. That should say
That's
cubic
4 truckloads.
yards.
You're gonna do this whole half mile of.
Yeah, so that would be standard number 3 to correct that to say 2,100 cubic yards. My apologies. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak from the public on this request? Yes, ma'am. You'd identify yourself for the record. Come on up.
Yeah, please.
I'm Laura Burkhart. I'm the aquatic habitat biologist for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And in our comments that we submitted on December 12th, we still have remaining concerns with that there is a side channel at station 30+00 that is at a lower elevation than the fill that they are placing. And based on the design plans, they don't look like they're going to be stabilizing or riprapping to protect the northwest side of the fill that they're placing. So that water from that side channel could potentially reach that fill and wash it out at high flows. So that was our primary concern that has not been addressed yet.
Is there someone that would like to address that in the public at this point?
Yeah, so
And your name, please, and
I'm Wilson Flowers, I'm the manager of Hawkeye. So we're more than willing if we need to extend that, you know, another 100 feet further to the south to tie that into a bank somewhere. That's certainly not an issue. You know, our main thing was that it is during high flow. Is that a side channel? Is it just a braid of the river? You're definitely going to get some flow in some of that, but it's not the main channel of the river, and it doesn't necessarily have that sheer velocity that's the main thread coming down. So we're certainly willing to work with you and tie that in somewhere, but also it's not the main thread of the river that's coming in and hitting that during those high water events.
does that help your concern, or willing to work with them to?
I think there needs to be some amount of protection of that fill. Be it the riprap is just carried around to the upstream side, or that water is given away back to the stream channel. I think it does still pose a risk of failure, and we don't want that quantity of fill being moved downstream.
Yes, sir.
Laura, thanks for you guys showing up and commenting on this. Do you have some plans, or do you have some, instead of just saying protect it, do you guys have an idea of how you want to see that done?
I would either recommend riprapping the fill that they're placing on the northwest side, or cutting off that side channel flow so that it can't flow
Okay,
behind.
I guess what I'm looking for is something basically in writing saying this is what we would like to see happen. Because we're listening to Mr. Flowers saying that they're willing to, and I guess before I would want to approve this and just say, well, okay, well, yeah, we're going to work together and this is what we think need to be done. I think I would want to see something more concrete before this gets, before it gets approved.
I'm not sure I can provide that, not being an engineer.
Chairman.
There is an engineer here.
Yeah.
Mr. Conklin?
I would be happy to sketch up what I believe needs to happen. Just a little bit of history, and I won't get too deep into it, but delineation of this river is a really tough thing. And of course, as the data shows, there have been two major discrete events in the last 7 years up there, 2017 and 2022. And so the ordinary high water mark used to be about 100 feet further to the east from where we're working with now. There is an island as such upstream of this that I assume that we could work with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Game and Fish to try to tie into that, because that has not seemed to have moved during this, and I can bring this exhibit up and know if I can actually do it favor, but in essence, this piece of river, this piece has not moved here. So this is reasonably stable. The discrete event didn't get that. So, and ultimately, I believe that Hawkeye would like to continue the bank protection on up the river to be able to tie back into the stuff up here, so that they've got riprap along there, so they don't have that continued erosion out of that up. That's ultimately their goal. Makes sense to you? Man, looked at it, it's just the South Fork River is so much movement.
I'm looking at the same thing right here.
So it's really tough. So,
Yeah.
So this little island right there has not been impacted by either of those discrete events.
So speaking of discrete events, are you guys aware, and is Game and Fish aware of the damming at Silver Creek?
So
There's a natural dam. I see Charlie grinning about this. There's a natural dam that occurred during all this big event last summer at the mouth of Silver Creek, which has has staged a large, very, very large volume of water behind a natural dam. And I'm curious if there's been any certain studies of what's going to happen when that gives way. Because there's a lagoon behind that is probably, a half mile long by who knows how deep. And so it could have some major impact on any projects downstream.
I don't know if the forest has studied that. I know they've had their blasters out removing debris jams on the North Fork. I don't know what they have
Yeah,
planned on the South Fork.
This is more significant than I've ever seen. So it'd be interesting.
Don't want another Slide Lake.
Yep, well, that's kind of what it is. It's damn near a lake right now.
Any other public comments on this application at this time?
Madam Chair, the project engineer did communicate with me, like he just said, that they do have plans to do further improvements. And I believe it's to the south, is that correct? Yeah, upstream. So I would anticipate that we're going to see additional application materials in the future as they work their way along the rest of their property to the south. So, and like I said, the property to the north, just next door, we are anticipating their project to come as well. So. But I would say if there's going to be a change to the linear footage maybe of this project, I don't know if that's something that would need to be addressed.
So the struggle that we have here, and I'll just cut to the chase, is that if we can, so you have a certain time frame to do the upland restoration and repair, which kind of keeps the corridor where it ought to be and get some of that stuff. We're actually going to borrow stuff that's out there that's above the ordinary high water mark and take it out of the floodway, so we know we're going to be lowering the flood elevation. But the challenge is moving ahead. We've got a time frame that we have to work on, and if we have to go back through the Army Corps of Engineers to do this tie-in, it's going to impact them because they need to be able to get the riprap. And right now they're working hard to secure a source of the riprap to get this done. Because we want to do the work during the winter and early spring before we start getting any runoff, because we don't want to be impacting the fisheries or having to deal with large bodies of water where we're going to increase the turbidity. And if we do it this time of year with that 100 or 150 CFS that's there, we can easily handle that, not have a major impact.
So if the question that she has, that Game and Fish has about riprapping that corner, that would cause you to have to go back to the Corps?
But potentially, if we take it up to the island, we can tie it back into the upland there, so we could do a horizontal thread, which isn't as safe, but we could actually take riprap and key it back into the upland behind there, and maybe do a little bit of an angle and give up some of that upland on the upstream side and take it back into the existing upland back behind the bank, so that if the river tries to make it over there, was moved around. It's not a perfect solution, but I think we could stay in the upland if we had to. I just am concerned about that.
So would this add any linear footage potentially? Because you're saying you could possibly do it in the upland that you're already
Yeah, it would,
impacting.
because it would be literally going back into the bank as compared to along the river. It would be in the footprint of the actual stream bed itself.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that by addressing the
Right.
game and fish concern, should they do that, that they're covered by this permit.
That's what I was asking,
Yeah.
if they'd have to go back or not. So, and you're saying probably not. If to do that much.
I can ask him if that would be acceptable to do that.
Okay.
I would hate to have to go through the whole process and then delay this
Understood.
next year because
Just as a side, we are kind of in that time crunch. Since the 2017 flood, we're down almost 13 acres on that end of the property. We're losing property in a hurry. And with the new Corps of Engineers permitting process, we only have a year from the time that it happened to go back and start getting that permitting and reclaim that property. So if we try and do anything else, we're losing that time, and it's going to be a much more arduous process to try and get that permitted and stop from losing our property.
Any other public comments at this time?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Motion passes. Commissioner Teal. comment?
Well, I was just gonna comment and say that we can address as if what would it be, a fifth recommendation correctly on passing this to satisfy the game and fish concern on the upstream side channel. The condition 2 pretty much already addresses approximately 1,500 feet. And looking at the map, you're not really extending that very little. I don't know how far you can get away from the approximate, but anyway, with that, I would attempt to make a motion to approve a floodplain permit. You want a number? My
622.
622.
I just
You
lost it.
just lost it, yeah.
You lost it.
622.
For Hawkeye, at any rate, with adding condition. I don't know what it's called.
Current conditions.
Was it number to satisfy Wyoming Game and Fish to armor the side channel as discussed? Is that
Would it be acceptable if we find out the Army Corps of Engineers won't allow that as part of what we're doing?
absolutely?
To address that in the future as part of this other work. It's not like they're not able to, it actually will help continue to improve the fishery and the ability on habitat. But
I'll second that for discussion.
Condition 8.
Well, it would be condition 7. If you're adding a condition, it'll be 7.
Because we,
Right,
already
we
have
took
seven.
out number 1.
we took what, no,
We took out number
Oh,
1.
okay. Correct, thank you.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
I need clarification on the condition.
That they have to satisfy the game and fish as long as it doesn't disrupt the Army Corps of Engineers permit. Is that correct?
So the applicant shall satisfy the concern.
Game and Fish is concerned on the side channel upstream at approximately, if you want it all in the condition, but I mean, it's just as discussed is what I put. But at approximately station 30+00, if there's a side channel that needs armor, needs additional riprap. It's not included in the initial plan. As long as they extend it up to that, I approve this.
Seconds, okay.
That's a mighty complicated motion.
I know, because when I'm looking at a map and the public is, and I apologize for that. It
Madam
makes perfect sense to me.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of my role, would I then be expecting a letter from Game and Fish that that their concerns have been adequately addressed as a trigger to saying it's been completed? What does that look like? I mean, because if it's our condition, then I would need to have some kind of confirmation from the Game and Fish in order to say that they've met their conditions.
I don't know that, I'm not sure what we would do with that, because as she stated, he's not a hydrologist either, so I mean, we're gonna try. But do you have someone in the Game and Fish that can say he's smarter than our engineers and said that'll fix it?
I think that if engineering associate can provide information that says that their approach is going to stabilize that area and minimize risk,
Then you're satisfied?
satisfied.
So Joy, if you have a copy of that
Can I help
information,
her maybe?
So I'll just need-
wording out.
just one second, that would work for you? If,
I guess what I'm saying is I would be then looking for a letter from
Yes.
Game and Fish
Yeah.
that would satisfy. Okay.
Well, I was just gonna say to try and make it your motion a little simpler, something that requires Hawkeye to work with the Game and Fish to mitigate the Game and Fish's concern, as long as it's within the parameters of the existing permit.
We're gonna miss you.
yes.
Does that work?
Yeah, I thought
I
that's exactly
agree
what I
with
said.
So Madam Chair, I was hoping we could restate the condition for the record. So it sounds now like we may be modifying it, simplifying it to say the applicant shall provide evidence that Game and Fish's concerns regarding the stabilization of the side channel at station 30+00 have been addressed.
Yes.
Does that work for you?
Within the permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Within the existing permit.
Okay.
No, we'll get Colleen to read all of that.
She'll work on it.
I was doing that for Colleen.
Okay, I have a motion in a second. Hopefully
You know,
everybody
Madam
else.
Chair, I got one quick comment. I used to live up there in the 70s. And back then there was no permits required to get in the river.
Much easier, wasn't it?
And I can remember that the Hawkeye would put a cat in the river and throw it
Yeah,
over
right.
on the Flying H, then the Flying H would put a cat in the river and throw it back on the Hawkeye. It almost came to bullets up there.
But life was simpler. Okay, we have a motion in a second. Hopefully everybody understand. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just need a resolution number, Madam Chair.
Any
Okay,
clarification, Joy, on the Creole one that we just did, does that need a resolution number?
Absolutely.
It does?
Yes,
So that one will be 106, this one will be 107.
thank you.
Okay, let's vote on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. So we're moving ahead, and that was including conditions up through conditions 7,
Correct.
1 through 7. Okay, Thank you.
Is Joe gonna write the resolution for Creel before he leaves? Is that,
Do what?
are you gonna write the resolution on the
Okay.
Creel decision?
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Gee, Charlie.
Charlie, take care.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right,
You bet.
take care. We're a little behind.
Right as soon as I started.
The next thing we have is the Cody Conservation District update regarding district boundaries. If you'd like to come forward. Hi.
Sure. I'm Russ Dwyer, the chairman of the Conservation District. Richard, Bobby, and our newest supervisor, Alan Doyle in the back.
Okay.
And Brittany, our employee. And Brittany sent you over the PDF, so you guys have that. I had a copy if you need a copy. That is all done through Department of Revenue. We got the okay letter, so it is. We now own the top half of the park, everything in Park County instead of the Tetons having that.
Okay.
So that should make it simpler, I guess, for voting. The other thing she sent over was the annual report. Or the, I'm sorry, the 1-page summary, showing what we've done this year. You guys have that?
Mhm.
Okay. Does everybody get a chance? Does anybody have any questions on that?
Anybody have any questions on the update and the change in boundary?
We have to, Madam Chair, do we have to vote to approve the boundary change? That's what I was trying to find because I don't have it.
Yeah.
No, that was
It's a-
Conservation District,
Right.
Conservation
Yeah.
District, and
Okay.
then approved by Department of Ag,
Right.
and then approved by Department of Revenue, and then approved, so.
So it should be done.
It's done. Yes.
Okay.
It was a nut roll. One other update I'd like to give you that isn't in here is Brittany took a job with the with Trout Unlimited. Locally, she'd be working with Trout Unlimited as a representative. We do have a staffer that is coming on the day after she leaves, who's been a contractor for us, and we will be advertising in the paper for a new education outreach specialist. Which again is still grant funded, and as we move forward in the year, I'll contact you guys, and I'd like to discuss some minor funding options down the road, but not in the meeting, so. So just simple update. If you guys got any questions for us, we're willing to answer them. If not, we'll let you get caught up a little.
Appreciate you guys doing the work, and the annual report looks good. I'm sure Colleen's happy with the changes for election purposes. It'll make life easier in that direction. So, no, I think we're good.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Jones, I'd just like to point out that this boundary change between Teton and Park County that is incorporated almost half of Yellowstone has another 1 million acres for our district, about 3.5 million acres, which make it the largest or second largest conservation district in the state.
Hmm.
So it's still our workload, so but it's.
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah,
a
that's-
big,
It's still one of two unfunded.
if nothing else, the cash.
You tried.
Pretty big deal.
So, well, that's one of the things we're putting together a proposition to try again. So,
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
okay,
Appreciate that. And we'll look forward to working with you on seeing what we can get done.
okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good seeing you, Bobby.
And good luck with the new position.
Thank you.
Sorry you're leaving.
Merry Christmas. Good
You
holiday.
too. All right, take care. All right, thanks.
All right. Good luck, Lloyd.
Yeah, and making a motion.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is Alex Florick and Jason Lund with Carver, Florick and James CPAs for the audit presentation. Assuming we're okay, we'll give them a minute.
Really hard to see this. That's what. It's all in lake. Silver Creek runs in about here.
Oh, wow.
That's down in the canyon right above
Yeah.
the mouth of Silver Creek.
Oh,
What's
shit.
John?
They had a
Gravel bar? Or is it-
gravel bar.
Is it trees?
Land logs. It's a log jam too.
Long caps.
Yes, they are.
They're on there now.
Yeah.
That's natural.
There's another area up there on East Fork Creek, which is quite a ways above that. And that flood there maybe 10,000 years ago, and the whole side of the mountain came down and basically backed the whole creek up, and made a hell of a lake back in there. And at some point in time, that dam broke.
Okay,
Now they're just a huge metal.
we are ready with our auditors to move forward, please, with the next thing on the agenda. I
Yeah.
know, water in Park County is pretty important, but we need to keep going. So with that, I would ask Alex and Jason to give us the update.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, it's good to see you all. Thanks for listening to me here for a few minutes as we go over the audit report. Do you all have a copy of the PDF file, or shall I share my screen?
We do have a copy of the file in front of us.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is we'll just walk through the report today, give you a few, give you the item that we found where there can be some improvement, and talk about the financial statements as a whole. You know, when we do these audits, man, it takes a lot of time. You know, you have several component units, you've got a lot of accounts, and a lot of activity going on there in Park County, and it takes my team and I quite a bit of time, many hundreds of hours to get through this. That being said, you know, most certainly it takes much longer to initiate, authorize, and process all those transactions, all the work throughout the year that management does to get these numbers in good order for audit. There's a lot of credit that should go to them for the work that they do. So what I'd like to do is in the report, if you can go to page 5 of the PDF file, so 5 of 61. That page is the independent auditor's report. The layout of this, it's kind of changed in the last couple of years, where we list the opinion paragraphs first. The way that we're able to express an opinion on these financial statements is all the work that we did. So when we look at the financial statements, we walk through the balance sheet and the income statement, and we go through every single account, and we design tests to perform over those accounts. So for example, cash, right? We send out confirmation letters to the bank and other financial institutions that you do business with. And we say, hey, how much money did Park County have in the bank at year end? And then we compare that against the reconciliations that management has performed, and we perform a variety of other procedures over the reconciliations. And as you walk your way through the balance sheet, you know, accounts receivable, we perform various tests over that, including looking at subsequent cash receipts. And then capital assets, we look at the depreciation schedule, we look at the capital additions, and we perform testing over those capital additions and the disposals for the current year, making sure those transactions are authorized and properly recorded. In the current year, there's some deferred revenue that's associated with the ARPA funding that you got. And so we did some testing over that figure as well. And just walking your way through there, the net pension liability, just every account there, it takes quite a bit of time. And, you know, as you can tell, I'm kind of droning on about all the work we did, and it just is scratching the surface, right? The other thing that we do that's really good, I'll highlight before I move on with kind of the work we did, is we send out confirmation letters. Okay. So to the various, you know, state of Wyoming, where you're receiving quite a bit of funding and such, we'll send out confirmation letters to them, and then we will compare those, the information where Wyoming says, oh, we sent Park County amount of money. We go into your financial statements and make sure that those are all recorded. And that gives us a real good sense, because one of the risks in the audit is that maybe money that was sent to Park County just never even made it into the coffers. Because once it's in your coffers, there's controls in place and such. And we do testing over that to make sure that all the expenditures are authorized and appropriately recorded. But there is that risk that, hey, maybe a deposit never received or found its way into the bank of Park County. And so those confirmation letters that we send out to the Wyoming state of Wyoming is really valuable in helping us to get some assurance in that area as well. So that being said, that's our all the testing that we did provides us a basis to express an opinion over these financial statements. And we do believe that these financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with GAAP. So a clean opinion over the financial statements as a whole. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of work our way back further into the report. There's two other reports that we issue besides that report that we were looking at. We're going to turn to page 54 of 61 of the PDF file. So on page 54 of the PDF file, I'm just saying that because it's easier to just type in the number at the top and flip right to it. The header on that, it's on our letterhead yet again. The header, the title of this report is called Independent Auditor's Report on Internal Control over Financial Reporting and on Compliance and so on, as it says there. So whenever we conduct an audit in accordance with government auditing standards, we are required to gain an understanding of the internal control structure and to use that understanding in connection with designing tests of transactions and the different testing that we do over the various transaction classes. Now, when we come across situations where there are control deficiencies, we are required to evaluate those to determine whether they are significant or they are material weaknesses. And then if they're significant or they're material weaknesses, we are required to report that to you all. We're pleased to report that for the current year, there are no findings related to that report to report to you all. Now let's go on to page 56 of the PDF file. On page 56 of the PDF file, this is entitled Independent Auditor's Report on Compliance for each major program and on internal control over compliance required by the Uniform Guidance. Because the county spent over $750,000 of federal money in the current year, you're required to have an audit in accordance with Uniform Guidance. And we've conducted that. When we do audits like this, we take what's called your SEFA, your Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards, and we have to go through some rigmarole, following the rules that the OMB prescribes to determine what the major program is going to be. You can see a copy of the SEFA if you turn on page 50 and 51 of the PDF file. So page 50 and 51 of the PDF, you can see the SEFA there, and it lists out all the expenditures you had under federal programs for the year. When we go on to page 40 or 51 of the PDF file, you can see there that there's in the middle of the page, there's the coronavirus state and local recovery funds, where you spent $559,000. Now, you certainly received more than that, but this is all that you've spent as of June 30th, 2022. The remainder of the money here that you have not spent shows up on the balance sheet as deferred revenue. Okay. And it's because you haven't spent it yet, so you don't recognize the revenue yet. Recognizing that revenue in the same period that you spend it is what will happen in the future. And so we went in, and this was the major program for the current year. And And you can see that if you took the $559,000 that you spent there and you divide it by the $1,186,000 and $2 of total expenditures, that covers 47%. Okay. That one award and what you spent on it covers 47% of the CEFA. And the OMB has prescribed that that's sufficient testing for the current year. So we tested that $559,000. We do have one finding to report related to our testing of that program. So if you turn with me to page 60 of the PDF file, on page 60 of the PDF file, this is the finding that we have. We've actually had this a couple of times this year with folks as they're working with this program, where written policies related to checking vendors for suspension and debarment are not present. And so we do recommend, so in the condition there, I'll just read the condition there on page 60 of the PDF file. In the middle of the page, it says, the county did not have written controls in place to ensure that vendors were not suspended or debarred or included on the list of vendors prior to entering into contract with the county. Additionally, we found the county's written conflicts of interest policy to be vague. And so, Colleen, on the next page, on page 61 of the PDF file, the very last page, Colleen has provided a nice response to this. We are pleased with our conversation with them as we performed an exit interview with them, going over the finding that we had there, and their plan to seek out training from the GFOA is really wise, because we believe that was missed in part just because of maybe a lack of training related to grant administration. So with that being said, that's our reports over the financials. The next section, what I would do is kind of walk through the numbers themselves a little more closely. But before I do that, are there any questions that you have for me?
Any questions from the commissioners right now?
Sounds good. So now what we'll do is we'll walk back up into the financial statements. So we're going to turn to page 9 of the PDF file. On page 9, this is the statement of net position. This statement here folds together all of your short-term and long-term assets, short-term and long-term liabilities. So it gives a full accrual perspective on what's happening here at the county. As we look at this, and maybe I compare it to last year, cash is up a bit, but that's to be expected in part because of that ARPA funding and not having spent it. You can see as you go down into the liability section, there's deferred revenue for $2,275,722. And if you were to take that and add the $569,000 that we were seeing on the CEFA, that's the total amount that you received under the ARPA funding. And so that's sitting there as well. This balance sheet or statement of net position is healthy looking. Primarily, I'm kind of averse to debt maybe. And so when I look in the liability section, even though you have the deferred revenue, I'm not very concerned about that. That's not debt. It's just money you've received that you can't recognize as revenue yet. But the rest of that in the long-term liability section, you do have the net pension liability, which did go down from last year. Last year, statewide, the liability was $2.3 billion. Now it's down to $1.6 billion. And you received, a reduction in the overall net pension liability recognized here at the county related to that. But the other items of debt in there are just related to compensated absences. So you've really done a nice job of avoiding taking on debt and that kind of a thing. So looking healthy there. Let's go on to page 10 of the PDF file. So that was on page 9. We're on page 10 of the PDF file now. This is the statement of activities. So the changes as it comes from last year's balances. And you can see that overall, there was a bit of a loss there because of the loss that's happening there in the business type activities. And we'll look at that a little more closely here in a minute. But that's the full accrual perspective there. There's a little bit of a loss. Now on the balance sheet, let's go to the next page on page 11 of the PDF file. This is the balance sheet for governmental funds. Yet again, now this is different than what we were looking at before because it does not include all of the long-term assets and the long-term liabilities. But here again, you can see that, hey, there's some, it's a healthy looking balance sheet. You do have some unavailable revenues listed there, but nothing of concern on the liability side, and you got a healthy amount of assets there. So things are looking good in the governmental funds. Let's now go to page, we're going to skip a page and go to page 13 of the PDF file. This is the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. This gives you a perspective of kind of how you did when you strip away the some of those non-cash items that we were looking at previously. And when you're looking at this, you see, hey, there's some positive change in the fund balance for both the general fund, the county road construction fund, and E911. And then not surprisingly, you know, ARPA grant funds revenues match the expenses as expected. So positive results there on page 13 of the PDF file. Now next we're gonna skip a page again. In the page in between those that I was skipping, there are reconciliations from the full accrual presentation to the modified accrual presentation. As auditors and accountants, we love the reconciliations, but I don't normally talk about those because not many other people get excited about it. I don't know why, here on page 15 of the PDF file. Now this is the statement of net position for your proprietary funds. You have two proprietary funds. You've got the landfill and the internal service fund. The landfill, you can see there that, hey, you just have to report the closure and post-closure care liability on that statement of net position. And that's for $4.8 million. And then you've got the due to other funds back to, I believe, the general fund. And so there's that amount that you owe back. So the business type activities, you know, not maybe looking quite as cheery as the governmental funds, but at the same rate, there's a lot of commitment there with operating a landfill. The closure and post-closure care cost is a real thing. And certainly the total amount is higher than what's listed here, but you only take a percentage of what you've used. The capacity used is the formula that GASB prescribes for how we recognize your liability over time. So what happens with this liability is that as you approach closure, the liability continues to go up. And then when you enter closure, you pay the closure costs, the liability then starts to go down again because you just enter into post-closure care costs. And you recognize that liability goes up over time as you consume and you utilize the volume of your landfill that's available. So we audit a number of landfills here in Wyoming, and you know, it seems like the superintendents of the landfills are often you know, scratching their head and trying to understand how the GASB prescribes that we have to do this. And I give the explanation and they're like, oh, you accountants are just always doing funny stuff. But we're following the rules is what we're doing. We're just simply following the rules of how that liability has to be recognized. And we have footnotes that describe what's going on, you know, further down in the report. So that being said, let's go on I think that's probably good enough. I mean, the next page, on page 16, you can see the overall results there, where there's a bit of a loss going for the landfill in the current year. But that being said, these kind of things with the landfill happens from year to year, and I'm not overall concerned about where you're sitting with the landfill, because a lot of that loss is happening with that change in the closure and post-closure cost estimate, where it went up by $686,000, and that offsets some of that change in net position. But that is something to pay attention to, in the future, is like, hey, you always want to ask yourself, are the tipping fees high enough? And, the other fees that you charge for coming and dropping off things at the landfill, are those high enough, or how do you need to allocate resources to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the community? With that being said, I mean, I probably enjoy presentations like this a little too much. And I could keep going for a while, but it really, if you have anywhere in the report, like any particular pages that you'd like me to comment on further, or any questions you have, I'd be happy to take those. If it ends up you don't have any questions or much right now, you have questions later, you're welcome to reach out to me. We are, at your service. We appreciate the opportunity to serve the county, work with management. We find them to be professional and responsive, and we appreciate their efforts on that front. Any questions?
I do have one in just looking at the landfill page, and maybe it's covered somewhere else, but under operating expenses, we've significantly improved the equipment that we're using out there at a significant cost. And I guess I don't see that here with the equipment purchases themselves.
Yeah, so what happens is, because GASB requires that this financial statement for the landfill is presented on a full accrual basis, what you're seeing is a higher amount of depreciation expense that's going to be recognized over a period. So on that page, you see depreciation expense of $484,000. That is higher than what was reported last year. And that's because the journal entries is instead of debiting expense and crediting cash, for example, we're crediting cash and debiting the asset value. And then over time, that asset value is depleted or depreciated, into the income statement. And so that's how why you're not quite seeing that quite the same. So
okay, thank you.
Got
it.
No, actually, so Dossie, if you want to go to the next page, on page 12, you'd be able to see that. So on not page 12, page 17 of the PDF file, on page 17 of the PDF, you see kind of towards the top, there's this payments for acquisition of equipment.
Oh, okay.
And you can see it there. So that's on a cash basis, right? Because that's your statement of cash flows. But on that previous page, it just is inside of that depreciation expense.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, any other questions at this time?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, well, hey, thank you for your time, and have a good day. See ya.
Just a second, Colleen had a question.
Oh, sure.
Jason, we just like to thank your company again. We enjoy working with all you guys. You're a great team, and we look forward to working with you in the next year.
Okay, thanks, Colleen. See ya.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I can smell lunch.
You can smell lunch.
Madam Chair, I do have one comment.
All right, well, many thanks. I really appreciate you seeing me on kind of short notice, but first of all, I just want to wish you all a very happy holiday and happy new year and Merry Christmas. And I thought about this coming down. I just have kind of a trivial issue, but it really wasn't that trivial. We had an issue with our copier. It's 10 years old, and we tried to fix it on repeat occasions. Of course, they told us the software was outdated, it wouldn't work, so we got a quote that was $6,500 to $7,000. Well, that greatly exceeded our equipment budget of $1,000. So I called the Supreme Court, the K Justice, Chief of the Supreme Court, and I said, Chief, you've been up here once. If you ever want to come up again, you'll probably authorize the money so I can get this copier. She agreed. So she said she'll pay the copier. So that was happening last week. So they'll cover all the costs, but there'll be no exposure with the county. But in the process, we use these digital recording devices, and they're kind of a handheld device. They're really helpful to us on the bench because you can dictate something before you forget it, which I tend to forget it pretty quick. And then Teresa can take it. I don't understand the science of it, but she puts it in a docking station, puts it into a Word Perfect document, and then we have an order right there and we can sign it and get it to the parties. I had two of those from where I previously worked and I was using them. Well, both of them broke down at the same time, about a week and a half ago. We tried to get them fixed. They said, well, you can't do it. You're going to have to buy a new one. So those are $600 a piece, plus there's a $300 installation and software and licensing fee. So it's about a total of $1,500. In our budget, we have the $1,000, so I can cover that. But we have office equipment or furniture, excuse me, that we have never really utilized in a couple of years. So I thought I would just transfer that over into office furniture. So you'll see that in about 6 months, it'll say, well, what happened here? You used the whole $1,000 you haven't used in the past, and then what happened with office furniture? So I just wanted to give you a heads up. And they tell me, of course, whether it's a sales pitch, I don't know, but they said, well, I don't do it now, I'm not going to get the 20% discount. And then next year I got to pay 20% more. So who knows? I don't, it sounded like a blue light special to me, but if you're okay with that, I just wanted to give you a heads up.
I think we've told everyone there's room to play within the budgets and just not exceeding that very bottom line. That's not what I meant, but anyway, moving things around within the budget, not to exceed the bottom line. It doesn't sound like you will. And even if you have to, if there's reasonable expenses and we know about it, that can be dealt with. And I don't think this is a problem at all.
Well, I really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I do like the way he softened the blow when I first started talking about
Right.
$6,500 copier. So I was like $1,500 easy.
Listen, it was unintentional. But I just want to say one other thing too. This is really kind of unique. I know Commissioner Chilton, Joe, this was your last meeting, I believe.
It is.
And I just wanted to tell you that on my behalf and so many other people, thank you for what you've done. What you've done for Cody, Park County, and the state. I have lived long enough that I actually remember my first meeting with Joe Chilton about 1972. That's in the last century, Joe. Not even the current century. So it's been almost 50 years.
It has, yeah. Been a long time.
It has been, but thank you, and thank all of you for what you do. I just have to tell you, I took my granddaughters, 5 and 3, a couple of weeks ago to the annex, and they love the annex. They love that library. And one of them's 5 and the other's 3. The 5-year-old would be here, but she's playing a tree in her class play. I know it's important. It is, particularly when you're a tree. I said, do you have any speaking lines? She says, no, I was just told to stand still. I said, well, that's going to be hard, but I think you can. Now Izzy is 3 years old, and she told me that she wanted Santa to bring her Halloween candy. I said, honey, you've got your holidays confused. Halloween and Christmas, they're different, but she still wants from Santa a big bag of Halloween candy. But they're in that library and I see kids come and go. And I just think to myself, this building, I think it cost maybe the commissioners $4 million in 2005. And I looked up the stats on it. It's 23 acres. It's 120,000 square feet. I think it cost you $50 million minimum to replace it. So without the foresight of the commissioners in 2005 and your dedication going forward, the legacy that you create for people. I mean, here are these young kids, I'll be long gone when they're grown, but they'll have kids that go in there. And every time I'm in that building, I'm just amazed, the facilities in there. DFS, public defenders, University of Wyoming, Northwest College. It's a great thing that you do and continue to do. And I know there's a lot of negativity out there. I see it in my line of work, you see it in yours. And I just think, as I tell people in court, I wish every day could be Christmas, because everybody is so nice. The calendar doesn't work that way. So, but thank you to all. And Joe, I've got a little gift here for you. I've got a
Well,
card.
thank you.
And I've got a small token, and Joe, it is very small. But this is a coin that it was minted in 1978. It's got William Cody, patron saint of Park County on the front. And on the back, Joe, of all things, it has the Husky Oil World Headquarters, now the Park County Annex.
Mhm.
These were minted 500 of them in 1978 by a group of local business people. I have this one. I don't know where the other 499 are. It's really one in existence, but I found this, and it's got, as I say, it says United States Corporate Headquarters, Husky Oil, 1978, founded in Cody, Wyoming, in 1938, Husky Oil. So Joe, hopefully you can carry this with you and think about, I think one of the great legacies is that.
I surely will.
There it is. Joe.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks for everything.
Appreciate it, man.
Best of luck and take care.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
we had a floodplain permit application this morning from the Hawkeye Ranch, and I brought up back the old days up at Valley when no permits required, and everybody got the cats out in the river and just shoving the river back and forth.
That's right. I don't even think some of those people knew what a permit was. They thought that
Oh, no,
maybe
I
if you
know.
were over the limit on a game map. That's as far as it's went. Well, it was, those were interesting times, but we always figured it was a blessing because each year they do that, you'd have a new fishing hole.
Exactly.
And it was usually better than in the past, but you can't tell the DEQ that anymore.
Anyway,
Thank you all
thanks,
for
Bill.
everything.
Appreciate it.
Have a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Peter, Mike.
All right, I'm gonna sign a couple of things and then we'll get back on track here.
That was very nice.
Yes,
Well,
it
it's pretty cool. My dad has some of those.
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure.
Again.
I'm pretty sure dad has some.
The next thing on our agenda, let's bring up SharePoint for the fees. Sorry, hang on just a minute. We have a page that shows the updated fee schedule. And I hadn't brought my computer up yet, so I will get there. As you know, we've been looking at these, not quite annually, but trying to kind of keep up with things. And the departments have supplied, any departments that were concerned at this time have supplied what they request as additional fees. I think I did have a conversation with the clerk. Their state group is looking at additional fees, but those are set by the state. And even if they do change in the legislature allows it, it won't take effect until July 1. So we decided to go ahead and move forward with the ones that were requested within the county at this time. Does that make sense, Colleen, with what you understood?
Yeah, because ours are set by.
Okay. Go back a little bit here in this page. Here we go, fee schedule. So there's a resolution on your computer to start with that talks about the changes in fee schedules and where those would be changed. So is there any questions or concerns with what's listed there? Can you look through them? I think we'll do these in two different
Yeah.
motions. One would be the fee schedule change and the other would be the proposed changes to the Park County temporary pay plan.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. We approve the new fee schedule.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution for the new and updated fee schedules. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. We will get those taken care of and I'm sure they'll get them posted.
Do you need a resolution?
I need a number.
108.
108. Look at that.
That means we're working too hard.
There you go. Too many of them. So the next thing on this same item is the pay plan. And I think we've had this discussion work session wise, but when we redid our employment documentation and fees pay on July 1 with the new budget, we neglected to look at the temporary pay schedule that basically affects events. So in forgetting that and looking at all of the things that we're dealing with, it came up through the elected officials and the department heads. We went ahead and combined the temporary events pay schedule with the other temporary pay schedule that we did have that we looked at so that we were not sitting out there with two of them. So it may look a little bit strange, but on the proposed one, which is the bottom half of your page, we filled in where we have custodians and office assistants and people that with the events that are in those same positions during the fair time would be listed under those. We did add a couple things and one, it's going to look a little weird on a county budget, but it does have beer garden supervisor and beer garden servers, but they are temporary employees during the fair time. The other is security supervisor and security, which all pertain to the fairgrounds, maybe not just fair at times, depending on what they have going on, but they could use this pay schedule. And we tried to fit the pay in with what was existing in the temporary pay schedule for the other offices or other departments. So that's what we came up with. Ran it by the elected officials and department heads in a meeting last month. Did not have any concerns or questions from them. They felt like it fit. So this will change the events budget a little bit because if you remember correctly, the first discussions about this temporary pay was that it started at like $7 an hour. So we did up those to meet where the other temporary people were. And these are no benefits, no full-time jobs, that type of thing. So with that, that's what we've done and we're asking for your approval for it.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the provisional or proposed changes to a provisional temporary help schedule as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the proposed changes to the Park County provisional and temporary pay plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So we'll get that to Bobby and Pauline and get that put into effect.
Require a resolution.
That's kind of up to Colleen.
Really?
Okay,
No, that's.
it's up to you. If you need,
Record it, and then she'll have to.
Official action by the board.
okay,
Let's get it one. I'll just save it.
all right.
So that'll be 109.
And Molly has all this online, so she can send it on down
Yeah,
to
so
Bobby.
what we might do with that, Molly, is we might take out the top portion and just have the bottom portion. and then
Yeah.
Just put a resolution. 22-109.
For furniture and.
It'll come some. Furniture's only $250. Well, it's $250. $10,000, but
Do you want me to see if one?
Okay.
Is.
Is this a public
It's not
hearing?
public.
It's not a public hearing. Yeah, that'd be great. This is the resolution for the Hawkeye, and it does include that. Number 7.
Did you know that the Game and Fish was gonna be here for that?
Well, and that's what bothered me a little bit about them is,
Why didn't they comment?
yeah, and why didn't they comment? Why didn't they, if they're gonna say we're concerned about this, well, show us what can be done to alleviate those concerns.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for an engineered drawing. I'm asking for, if they're saying they have concerns, they should have a solution.
Well, back to your comment, I think even with all these damn permits, that river's still gonna do whatever the hell it
Pretty
wants.
much.
What it wants.
It is.
Like I said, if that jag of water behind there at Silver Creek decides to come down, it's gonna wipe out everything that they've done.
You said it's a natural dam?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. I'll show you real quick where we get.
Yeah, we call Kim in. Hang on a second.
That's all right. Yeah, well, take your time. I need to get.
It's hard to see, 'cause it's not
Stuff
one way up on
out.
the trail. But this is the river channel.
Yeah.
And I
River
brought in
flowing
old,
this way,
I brought in old.
and it's just big
Old
lagoons.
ones too.
that-
Oh, I couldn't
log
find
jam.
Gillette Sound.
The creek
You know,
comes down over here.
But and it might be in there, or maybe I didn't do one. Maybe I didn't.
I had some better pictures.
Yeah.
But it's in the canyon. It's probably, I bet it's 30 foot deep
Because I
at the
think there's
deepest,
some maybe that
and it's a
you,
mile, probably a
that
mile
you,
long.
you.
Is it a good fishing
maybe,
hole?
but
Well, I haven't got there yet, because you're gonna have to have a float tube to get there. You can't walk down.
Are you expecting landowner
Or swimming.
representation?
I don't,
'Cause
nobody's confirmed it.
Okay.
You know, usually at least the surveyor will attend. but
Okay.
They were here,
Okay.
yeah,
because favors are first.
Favors our first one, yeah. So I don't know. They've not said, to me, they've not said either way.
Okay. Let's say subject to change in case, because it's not a public hearing. Okay, pleasure of the board to go ahead. We may or may not have the surveyor landowner come in. This is a simple subdivision. Final
Final
plat.
plat. I'm fine.
You okay moving forward?
There's a little thing that I had added,
I know, I just, yeah, can be changed.
subject to change.
Okay, 10 minutes isn't a ton of change, so. Okay, Kim, and Jenny, we'll move forward with this one. On the agenda, it is approval. A request for approval for a favor, simple subdivision number 299, final plat.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in the POW planning area. The zoning district is the GRP. And the applicant is Brett Faber. And we did receive a final plat application for this project on November 15th of this year. And then we received a revised final plat because there were some corrections, modifications from the original final plat. We received that revised one on December 8th. That's what you saw in figure 1. And the applicant requests approval of this one lot simple. It'll be the creation of one lot that will be sized 1.19 acres. And we have in our staff report that it's coming out of an 80.02 acre parcel. That should be 80.03. I know that's a minor change. And then the remaining parcel will end up being 78.84 acres. So just a hundredth of a change in each one of those numbers. However, the lot will be 1.19 acres. Of course, we classified this as a simple subdivision. It is in the GRP zoning district, and the lot size is consistent with that zoning district. Again, you saw in figure 1, the final plat. The location of this property is 2 miles north of Powell. It's on the north side of County Lane 6, just a little over half a mile west of Highway 295. That parcel does have an address of 959 Lane 6. You can see in figure 3 a topo map. There really is little elevation change there.
Proposed lot one is developed. It has a house and it has a detached garage and it has some other outbuildings. The remainder of this property will and is currently in agriculture production. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 4 that there's agriculture surrounding this property. For the most part, there are 2 small residential lots, one to the west of this proposed subdivision, one to the east. Our understanding is those were probably, or I guess our best guess is those were probably family exemptions at some point in time. And that's figure 4. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Notice of intent to subdivide, that occurred on September 20th and September 27th in the Powell Tribune, consistent with our regs. Agency referrals, we have a list of agencies we notify. We also notify others who may have a relevant interest. We received a response back from the Fire Protection District. They said they could provide fire protection. MDU responded. They do provide natural gas service to this proposed lot. Northwest Rural Water responded. They do have service also to this lot. TCT responded. They said they could provide communication service. Garden Light and Power responded. They also provide electricity to this lot. Park County School District 1 said they would be able to pick up students should that be necessary. Postal Service said they will be able to provide mail. Park County Treasurer responded. They said there's no delinquent taxes on this property. We got a response from DEQ with a list of activities that would require permitting if those were to occur. Game and Fish responded. They have no wildlife concerns with this project. Mary responded with weed and pest. She conducted initial inspection. She said a long-term noxious weed plan will not be required, but she recommends best management practices. We did get a letter and a soils report back from the Powell-Clarks Fork Conservation District. And we shared the letter with you. And we did get a response back from Public Works. They said proposed lot 1 does have legal access from lane 6. They reiterated that no roads are going to be proposed, no subdivision roads. They said any lots, of course, have to be addressed, and they said erosion and drainage or a drainage and erosion control plan will not be required. We have in our staff report that we did not yet get a response back from Shoshone Irrigation District. We did get a response back from them, and it was an approved water distribution plan. So we do have that. Planning and Zoning looked at the sketch plan on April 19th. They recommended approval. They had several conditions. Number 2 was a response from Shoshone Irrigation District. That condition now has been met. Number 3 was a response from Public Works. That condition has been met. Number 4 was a note on the final plat about water wells. That condition has been met. Their number 5 condition was a note on the final plat regarding the Wyoming right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. Plat Review Committee reviewed this final plat on December 1st. They again had some changes, and then we received a revised final plat on December 8th. We have on the bottom of page 8 of our staff report submissions for final plat review. So all the conditions for final plat have been met. We've received the supporting documents we need. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required. Madam Chair, we do recommend approval of this final plat. And I would like to read now, though my understanding is there'll likely just be 2 conditions. I'd like to read those. So again, we recommend approval with the following conditions. 1 is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easements shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. And given that we have received word and a water plan from Shoshone, our recommendation is that we remove condition 2. So condition 3, which will likely be condition 2, is or reads, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming, as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18530. And Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Are there any questions from Commission? Okay, it's not. a
Madam
public-
Chair, I move to approve with the removal of condition number 2.
Second.
So moved and seconded for approval for favor simple subdivision number 299 final plat with 2 conditions. Correct. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome. Sorry,
Commissioners.
we started. I saw it laying in there, yeah. Okay.
2022-110.
All right, thank you, Colleen. Okay.
Okay. Oof.
Well, machine, the public hearings next. isn't it?
No, there is no other
Let-
public hearing,
Let South, let Sheffield,
but I'm not sure about representation, so. I mean,
that one might wanna.
yeah,
Sheffield for.
are they coming? Do you know? Is he coming or he's? He's not coming, we could move him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it for July? Steve, okay. Okay.
See if he's coming.
Hey, Spencer, are you coming to the commission meeting or you're not?
Sheffield. Like Spicer Lane.
Well, you don't have to, I just asking for.
That's, I assume, how we're going to plan to get to these requests. To me,
I don't think it would be there. They're gonna move it up to the agenda still right now.
through both of those.
No.
Do we think, do they have access?
They do have
access.
Yeah.
Is it public access or just?
Okay, sounds good. Thank
you.
He won't take off work then.
Okay.
It doesn't look bad that he's not here. It's fine.
We understand. And I'm sure that you know if there's any issues with it. So we're going to switch the agenda real quick and look at our 205 item, which is Sheffield minor subdivision number 68 final plat and special improvements agreement.
Yep.
Those are separate motions and the agreement before the final plat, if I
Yes.
remember things correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep, one resolution, we recommend 2 separate motions.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is applicants actually are Spencer and Carly Sheffield. This property is in the GR5 zoning district, the planning area Sage Creek. We did receive a final plat application from the applicants on October 4th of this year. Then we did get a revised final plat on December 1st, and that's what you saw in figure 1. The applicants request approval of a partial vacation and re-subdivision of lot 2 of the no simple subdivision. It will create a 2-lot subdivision. One lot will be 5 acres, one lot will be 10 acres, both of those for residential use. This is in the GR5 zoning district. These lot sizes are consistent with that district. And I mentioned this is a re-subdivision of the no simple, and it's the lot 2 of that simple. You can see in figure 2 the location of the property. It's approximately 2 miles east of Cody and approximately 1/2 mile south of Highway 14/1620. Site characteristics, that is shown in figure 3, Madam Chair. Proposed lot 1 is vacant and irrigated land. Proposed lot 2 is developed. It does have an existing residence, some outbuildings, and it does have a bit of irrigated pasture. You can see in figure 3 also that there is very little change in elevation. In terms of neighboring land use, that is shown in figure 4. Neighboring land uses are some residential vacant, and a little bit of agriculture in the vicinity. Actually, it's the primary neighboring land uses are residential. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. A public hearing is not required for final plat review. Agency referrals. Again, we of course notify a list of agencies for any subdivision. We also notify other ones that may have a relevant interest. In terms of this, because this is a minor and you have already seen the sketch plan, so what we did, we just left in, or we added, I should say, any agency responses that have occurred since sketch plan review. And they were 3. So we did get a response since then from the Cody Canal Irrigation District. They provided us an approved and signed water distribution plan. We attached that to the staff report. We got a response from Weed and Pest. So Mary has approved a long-term noxious weed management plan. We also attached that. We received a response from Northwest Rural Water. That was an email. We shared that with you. And in that, Tony said that domestic water has been installed to both of these lots. We've not had any public comments regarding this proposal. Board of County Commissioners reviewed the sketch plan on August 23rd of this year. There were some conditions. That was in resolution 2022-79. In that, your second condition was a long-term noxious weed management plan. That condition has been met. Your third condition was a review from Cody Canal. That condition has been met. Your fourth condition was a note on the final plat talking about an existing easement and right-of-way. That the condition was that shall be noted on the final plat. That condition has been met. Number 5 was another note on the final plat about an amended easement and right-of-way dated November of 2020, talking about proceed for proposed lot 1 and 2 is to allow easement for only 2 single-family dwellings only. That condition has been met. Number 6 was a condition saying that development of these lots shall require further development of these lots, if it occurs, shall require the establishment of a 60-foot wide access and utility easement from the end of Screaming Eagle Drive. Number 7 was a note regarding recorded road maintenance agreements. Any that these lots are subject to, they shall be on the final plat. Number 8 was following approval of the sketch plan and prior to board's review of the final plat. At the time, it was there was a requirement for a subdivision improvements agreement. Madam Chair, that condition is no longer necessary. There's nothing at this point that we believe needs to have a subdivision improvements agreement, because the time we thought it would be for Northwest Rural Water and for irrigation infrastructure, but that SIA is, and our conclusion is it's no longer necessary.
Okay.
Yeah. And then number 9, Madam Chair, was a notice of the Wyoming right to farm and ranch act. That condition has been met. The plat review committee looked at this final plat on October 13th of this year. There were some changes that were recommended. Those occurred, and then we did get a revised final plat on December 1st, again, which you saw in figure 1. The platting conditions for the final plat have been met. The Madam Chair, in terms of supporting documents, all the supporting documents that we need have been met, except we do have a draft homeowners association agreement, but at this point, our conclusion is that that agreement is not complete, or it's not adequate. And so we're requesting another I guess, and the applicant taking another stab at that homeowners association agreement, and you saw that as one of the conditions.
Madam Chair, Can I, what is incomplete on it?
County Attorney's Office has given our office maybe some guidelines as to what constitutes an HOA, and it wasn't clear in the legal description, maybe wasn't very clear. There were just a few things that weren't met that would make it an adequate HOA. My understanding.
I'm just, our engineer wants to comment on it.
Fine. Cody?
Yeah, and as long as you guys can clarify what we should put on that, we'd be more than happy to, but we were kind of a little confused on that too.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a legal document, so we really can't write it, or, I mean, it's something that.
Is it a signature that's missing, a notary that's missing, or what?
No, I mean, it just doesn't describe well the.
Yeah, my understanding, I can't speak to exactly what's incomplete or what's not fully described, Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal, but I know that Joy has received that HOA and she felt like it was incomplete or inadequate. I'm not sure what.
After running it through the county attorney.
Yes.
My concern with this is I don't believe that we should take the authority of whether we agree with it or not. We've put a condition that they have one. If it satisfies, HOA, then otherwise we may be forced to police the HOAs, and I do not want to go down that road. If we have to if we're going to stipulate what needs to be in an HOA other than have one, and everybody agrees, then it should be.
It does. Commissioner, it does state that on here that the applicant shall commit a complete homeowners association agreement that addresses all applicable shared improvements, i.e. shared driveway and irrigation facilities to the planning and zoning department. So there was something in that didn't completely cover
That's
those
my
things.
question, was it because the irrigation got thrown out, correct? The water got thrown out.
But that's different.
That's a
They're
difference.
sharing the subdivision improvements agreement would cover anything that needs to be installed that hasn't been, that they're proposing.
Or worked
So
on.
They're actually sharing like a pump house.
A pump house, yeah, there is a shared
irrigation.
pump house.
So
is shared.
that has to be addressed in an HOA, because the HOA actually describes who's gonna, if it breaks, who's going to.
And that HOA did describe that to 2 lots, they do 50% each, and it talked about the irrigation and talked about the road stuff. I'm just trying to.
I think it's. And
and
honestly, we haven't
and we
been
will,
involved, it was more coming from the county attorney.
yeah, and we will provide that.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's a condition on here, it just stays that until the HOA the wording is sufficient for the county attorney to say it's ready to record, then they can go forward. But this is not unusual. I know the subdivision I live in has the same type of things written up to take care of paying for some of those things. But okay.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, so the plat review committee did look at this final plat that was reviewed on October 13th. There were some changes recommended. As I mentioned, we did get a revised, I think I've already said this, we did get a revised final plat on December 3rd. Yes, I was at the bottom of page 7, supporting documents where we talked about the HOA. And again, I'll just reiterate, a subdivision improvements agreement is not necessary because there are no improvements that need to go in that have not already occurred. So we do have findings. We do have a staff recommendation. Our recommendation is to approve it with conditions. Do you mind, Madam Chair, if I read the conditions? So our recommended conditions are: 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall submit a complete homeowners association agreement that addresses all applicable shared improvements, for example, shared driveway and irrigation facilities, to the planning and zoning department prior to final plat the final plat being signed by the chair of the Board of County Commissioners and subsequently recorded. And number 3, the applicant shall always comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Could you repeat number 2?
Yes. Number 2 is the applicants shall submit a complete homeowners association agreement that addresses all applicable shared improvements. For example, shared driveway and irrigation.
That's different than what I have.
Yeah, it's different than what I have.
Really? It's not what I, not what I have.
That's what I
What
have.
I have.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where's yours?
Cause you get condition.
Condition recommended.
Are you in the right one?
Are you at the end of the?
Are you in Sheffield or are you in,
You might.
you're in Gillette?
You're in Gillette.
You're in Gillette.
We went to the next one.
We skipped to Sheffield.
That'll help.
Skip over one. There you go.
Everything else basically the same.
Just one extra, I bet.
Yeah.
A little difference.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
All right.
that makes sense now.
page 9.
Okay.
There's your conditions.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Any other questions or concerns for staff from the commissioners? It's the pleasure of the board.
Move to approve the Sheffield minor subdivision 68 final plat with the conditions applied by staff.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the Sheffield minor subdivision 68 final plat. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
111.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I can put on there.
Okay, we will.
Thanks, Cody.
Now we go back one
We're
click.
close.
The wording's the same, so you already did it.
You could just- you don't have to move it on.
Some small differences.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, probably not many.
Different
Okay.
location.
It's not quite 1:45, but I think we'll go ahead. The next thing on our agenda is the Gillette South minor subdivision,
Yes.
final
correct.
plat and special improvements agreement on this one.
Yes.
Okay. So
All right.
make sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Donald Gillette. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is POW. We received the final plat application on August 4th of this year. And then we received a revised final plat on November 8th of this year. That's what you see in figure 1. The applicant requests approval of a 3-lot subdivision. 2 lots will be 8.99 acres. 1 lot will be 10 acres, all for residential use. The applicant also requests that you approve the subdivision improvements agreement. You have that shown in figure 2. So it's approximately 2 miles south of Powell. It's approximately a half mile west of Highway 295. It's on the south side of Lane 11H. You see in figure 3, the neighboring land use. So this property is surrounded by a combination of residential and agricultural. There's some ag to the north, northeast, and to the south. You remember that you approved Grayson, I believe it's been a few months ago. So Grayson minor subdivision is just to the east of this property. Then to the northeast of this property is the Lay subdivision, Ley. And in terms of municipal review, this property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. This is in the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes are consistent with that zoning district. The property, in terms of site characteristics, the property does have a newly built shop residence on it and an in-ground septic system. Otherwise, the property is irrigated cropland, and you can see the topography in figure 4. There really is no change in elevation. Public hearing is not required for this because it's final plat review. Agency referrals, again, you as the commissioners had a chance to see this as a sketch plan. At that time, we provided all the agency notices that we had. We've received 2 since then. One was the weed and pest, And so Mary approved a weed management plan, and we received that on October 24th. We attached that. We also got word from Shoshone Irrigation District on November 11th. They gave us an approved and signed water distribution plan. We shared that with you. We've not had any public comments. Board of County Commissioners reviewed this sketch plan on June 21st of this year. There were some conditions that you had. I'll just briefly go through those. Number 2 was a weed management plan. That condition has been met. Your third condition was a response from the Shoshone Irrigation District. That condition has been met. Your fourth condition was a location of a buried irrigation drain. That condition has been met. It's shown on the final plat. Your fifth condition was the applicants comply with the requirements and recommendations of Public Works, including a 60-foot road right-of-way, improving that shared road, and establishing an agreement for road improvements and maintenance, and an approved name for the road. That condition has been met. So there are easements and a road use agreement that has been established. The road has been named Cope Trail. And of course, we do have, and you saw the attached SIA that addresses improvements to the shared road. Your sixth condition, this was in sketch plan. About any access shall meet road and bridge standards. That condition has been met. Your seventh condition was that an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement be made available. That condition has been met. Again, you had a chance to see that. Your eighth condition was a homeowners association agreement addressing all applicable shared improvements. That condition has been met. Your ninth condition was a note on the final plat about water wells. That condition has been met. And your 10th condition was a notice regarding the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. The Plat Review Committee reviewed the final plat on August 18th. There were some changes and corrections. Then we had a revised final plat we received a revised final plat on November 8th of this year. All the final plat specifications have been met. All the required or applicable supporting documents have been met. In terms of a subdivision improvements agreement, of course, one is required. We have a number of findings, Madam Chair. Our recommendation is that you approve this final plat and you approve the subdivision improvements agreement. This, of course, is for Gillette South minor subdivision 65. Madam Chair, may I read the conditions we're recommending?
Yes, sir.
Number 1 is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easements be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. The applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the Planning and Zoning Department. After the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the Planning and Zoning Director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the chair of the Board of County Commissioners. Number 4 is once conditions 2 and 3 have been met, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat and subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And then this will constitute release of the lots in the development for sale. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions should you have any.
No, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
If I could, under the staff recommendations on your number one, when it talks about the width of the easement, cannot be less than 20 feet in width.
Correct.
And then when you go into the subdivision improvement agreement, and there it talks about a 15-foot utility easement.
Commissioner Tilden, very, Madam Chair, very good question. Yeah, that, I mean, it's in our regs, no
Yeah.
easement shall be less than
Less
20
than 20
feet
feet.
in width. I believe, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tilden, I believe that 15-foot is it is a easement, but it is part of additional easements that make the entire easement, I believe, more than 15
Well,
feet.
let me find it again here, okay? Yeah, this is the road which this agreement contains, which the association formed is named Hope Trail, situated within a combined 60-foot access utility and irrigation easement. Compromises are subject to the following. Okay, all right. So basically what this is saying is under F, it says a 15-foot access utility irrigation easement described in document number 2022-4202 recorded in the office of the clerk and recorder. So this is a recorded easement already, but it's included in the 60-foot easement. Yeah,
So the
we're okay.
entire easement is,
Okay.
yeah, thank you for putting that out.
Any other questions for staff and the commissioners?
I have one, if this is approved, how long, is there a time? My question is in condition number 2, in the word timely, so. If if we approve it. What is that time limit? I mean, if he doesn't do anything with the subdivision, it's there 10 years from now, correct?
I believe.
So I guess where timely is a definition, I don't.
Because for a bond, there's 18 months, right? But for a bill.
Yeah, I want to say it's 18 months, but I'm not completely sure of that. But
Well, it's in their best interest because they can't sell any lots until it's all done.
I understand.
yeah, but I can't tell you exactly what that time frame is.
But I mean, we're putting a condition that really doesn't have a time, right? Other than the word timely.
It is 18 months.
For
18
for
months.
for a build, 18
Okay.
months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe when we
there
look at,
could be a 6-month extension on that. if necessary.
maybe when we look at that condition in the future, we could actually put that wording in there instead of timely, have it say 18 months with the option of a extension.
So it's in front of us.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a good idea, Madam Chair.
Or we can modify this one, even you say that.
We could do that
You could.
if it's up to you.
Well, it's not very, it's just kind of open-ended to me.
It's fine if you want to. Are there any other questions? Pleasure of the board.
We need to approve the subdivision improvement agreement first.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move we approve the subdivision improvement agreement.
Second.
Gillette South.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the subdivision improvement agreement. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'll move we approve the Gillette South final plat.
Conditions recommended by.
Yeah, with the staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Gillette South minor subdivision number 65 final plat with conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay,
My last official vote.
thank you.
Did good.
No,
Thank you,
there's
Madam
one
Chair.
more vote.
Oh,
There's
okay.
one
Okay, all right, but one more. I'll do it.
Yeah,
Already?
When it's done.
when it's time.
When it's time.
Okay, we all.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Madam Chairman, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself, please, just for the record?
Johnny Gillette.
Okay,
with this process and everything, I did try to go through to get a bond or a letter of credit. And the way the county's got everything set up. Pinnacle Bank did one, but they won't do any anymore because it's taken too long. They won't do a letter of credit for 6 years. The way you guys got that wrote down, where it is, that there's nobody that will help anybody to go ahead and put a bond up or anything like regular business so you can do construction project.
Okay.
So what I was wondering, I mean, I gotta improve the road, which I'm fine with. It'll be done in April.
Okay.
But is there any way to get a variant to sell 2 lots? I'm selling them cheap to these kids, but the interest rates and everything and are going up and going up. Is there any way to get a variant to sell them 2 lots? The third one will not be there, and I will go ahead and say the road will be done by May 5th. Or you can penalize me or something, because I just want to help these kids out. I mean, I will have more in the road and the gas upgrade that I had to put in than these guys, because them lots are only going for 55,000. And it's to help the kids out.
I understand. I'm not sure what the process is in requesting a variance on that. Have you talked to P and Z staff about a request for a variance on that?
No, because we went that one direction and then we went everywhere to bonds and banks and everything. Nobody said they don't want nothing to do with the stipulations of the county.
Right.
So then we went back to this bank because it month after month after month.
Get it done.
So, I mean,
okay.
I was just wondering how I could get a variance before these interest rates go up again for these kids.
Any thoughts? Except for
Step next door and talk to you and see what
a variance would look like.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We can't, Madam Chair, we can't sit right here and grant you a variance. No, but if you research it with P and Z and see what the avenue is, then because I could build the road now, but it would be a shit road for everybody for
the winter.
You're looking into April before you're going to be able to put a decent road in. Right.
Understood.
And it just seems, it seems that the intent should be better, more formed for people that are willing to get property at a cheaper rate than you can get anywhere in the county to keep the rates down, to do something like that.
Okay. But there sure may be a process. We just need to see what that is.
And then my next question, I had two, sorry.
Okay, no.
But the irrigation district, Shoshone, charged me $7,300 for doing nothing. No infrastructure, nothing. And I mean, what can the county do to get all, because everybody's worried about this turning into Jackson. Well, they're the ones turning it into Jackson. Everybody in this part putting the cost.
They exist under a separate set of statutes. And we have absolutely no control over what the irrigation districts decide to do. That is a state situation. You can certainly write a letter to the state regarding what they're doing. But I think a lot of irrigation districts around the state are doing that to review. I know they do some things behind the scenes that you and I really aren't aware of looking at all of that delivery and what it's going to take and what they have to do in their records to split all those water rights out, that type of thing. But there is that this board has no say in what they do.
So I would think other than just handing you a bill for $7,300, that you would have to justify your time.
They do, and they do as well. Their rates have to be reasonable. They have to prove. I mean, if they're questioned by the state, that statute they have to follow. And the trouble is they're going to probably be able to show that through administrative.
If you ever went to under.
Well,
no, I know, but they're going to say we had to hire a complete person.
Yeah.
Their intent is to discourage subdivision. You know, I agree, but shorting the housing and everything, we need more for a county. We need to get more people to build more cost housing and everything somehow, just so it don't turn into Jackson, where you can get the working people reasonable housing.
But
Understood.
anyways, thank you guys for your time. Your time.
All right.
You're
Take
not
care.
the first one to bring
No,
that up, so it's been brought up before.
Yeah.
Hey, Daddy, the Cope Trail, is that Copenhagen then? Is that how you came up with that? Okay.
Well, he lives at the end.
I know. And then you save on a sign too, if you don't like how Copenhagen. So.
We actually wanted to go Creek Trail,
Oh,
but apparently in Park County, Montana, they've got a Cope Creek Trail and they didn't want emergency services being lost.
oh, yeah.
Doing two.
That went for 2 weeks. with Cope. Hey, you guys.
The last thing on our agenda is where are we? I think there will be other people here for that.
I would hope so.
We do have to wait a little while for that one. So we're gonna take a break till about 2:20.
I'm sorry I got off on my confusion here, but the
Next.
Oh, my goodness.
Let her recover.
Somebody said Tim wasn't gonna be able to.
I know, David.
I'm gonna acknowledge it. Ready? Okay. Somebody's showing me a clock over here, so I guess we'll get going. This is gonna be tough and it's gonna be hard for me to get through. So we'll just start. And I realize he's not here, but we do want to recognize Tim Power for his 18 years with Park County. His plaque has a picture of the corner building. So,
Apropos, the new one.
the new one, yeah. Okay. Next one, Patra. You come forward. I realize we're kind of doing this for elected official and we're kind of doing this for 30 years. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Just record.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And Park County's been good to me. And good to us. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I know, I'm having trouble here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna get through this.
Oh. Cheers and joy.
Well, the next one's a little different for us. We've done this before, and I'm gonna ask him to come forward, but it's Sheriff Scott Stewart. And if you would come up, we would like to say thank you and tell you that, you know, in reference to like how search and rescue did it, your plaque's not here yet.
Okay, perfect.
So anyway,
We're actually being fiscally responsible. We're gonna wait until you're done as a commissioner and just give you one plaque.
Get the glass now.
But 31
Hey,
years with the
Scott.
Sheriff's Department, appreciate your service. Looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Out of the pond into the fire.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott. As long as you vote the way Lee tells you to, you get along with everybody fine.
What's that?
I said, as long as you vote the way Lee tells you to, you get along fine.
That'll cause a guy to leave, huh?
I gotta come all the way out there?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
First of all,
I get all kinds of stuff.
First of all, this one is from the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. We weren't able to meet with Douglas.
That's right.
We were looking forward to that in drinks, but that didn't happen. So we're gonna have to do that here.
Okay, thank you.
There's your
Thank
plaque for PWCCA. On behalf of the county,
I know the picture. I haven't even seen that.
well, you aren't allowed to see this until now.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
So
Thank you very much.
we'll request a picture for the staff.
That means a lot.
12 years county commissioner and a lot of years of service to the county.
Well, Lauren and Tim, I promise them a picture, so she mom.
Oh, you get a copy. Okay. Thank you, Joe. We all appreciate what you've done.
Thank you.
Take care.
Oh, and that was mine too, isn't it?
No.
No.
What more do you need?
With that, we'd like you all to join us for a reception for them all out in the hallway there. We have some cake and punch and fun. So appreciate it.
One last motion. Joe?
The last motion, Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Aye. Want to try that again? Want to try the motion again?
Oh,
Want to try the motion again? We denied that one.
Oh,
I just wanted to vote against you one last time.
all right. I move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Joe.
Well, I tell you, I would like to make one comment in closing. You know, I can't say that I'm gonna miss the job per se, because it's not an easy job. But I am gonna miss the people that I've worked with over the years, made some great friends. Great people, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you've done.
Like a little tear to my eye.
Too late. That's not what he told me when I talked about coming on as a county commissioner.
Yeah.
Lauren did warn me though.
I appreciate that. We have three more things to sign here from today's work and we're done.
Last thing to sign.
Molly, I assume we have cake and. Okay.
No beer.